Cheers. Cheers, like a midnight toast of coffee. Is there anybody out there who likes their coffee like in a fancy cup? Sometimes it's so like nice to have like a fancy cup for your coffee. I just love it. These are my wife made all of these. Oh. All right. Wait for a few more people to trickle in. I think it's funny because we're getting like into the middle of all of this stuff and it's getting like a little bit overwhelming and people are like, I don't know if I should go through a book. How's it going? But just to remind everybody, the reason I'm doing these is because I want to have the sequence of videos available so that when I do private mentoring or when even people in the public, they can go through it and they can work through the book themselves and they can be absolutely sure that they've got comprehensive coverage of everything they need to get themselves boosted right as a beginner, at least according to how I've been doing it for years and according to how colleges get people started for years. And colleges aren't necessarily the best place to get a total start for web applications development, but this is definitely the minimum. And it's going to be more fun when we can like move on to do projects. It's not as fun to work through a book, but it is comprehensive. So that's kind of the thing, right? We have comprehensive education. We have, I call it like the comprehensive or the full, the fun, and the repetitive, right? The frequent, full, fun, and frequent. Let's say that. So, hey, Jaxley. So, like stuff that you frequently repeat that sticks in your head, stuff that's fun. Those are like the Discord projects and the over-engineered live stream bots and that kind of thing. Lesson 3, less modules with Webpack. Yeah, we're not going to be doing any of that, thank God. But those people who want to wade into the front end development are there. We'll talk about how to do that after all of this is done. But it's really important that you get a handle on HTML, CSS, and DOM JavaScript before you do any of that. And before you pull out, Tailwind CSS or and Tailwind really just like throws the whole thing in the air. It's just crazy. It's cool, but it's in code design, yeah. And then so that's just the way of doing it. So again, I'm going to say full, fun, and frequent. Those are the three forms of learning. Full being comprehensive, some sort of beginning to end. I'm going to cover everything, and that includes reading the entire manual, which we're going to do for Bash because I really want to go thoroughly over Bash for everybody. We'll do 2 Bash series, by the way. We'll do a Bash series for beginners who just want to do minimal scripting and automate, their lives and that kind of thing. And then we'll do for people who want to go deeper into that. I definitely want to do a full Bash man page review so that people can actually truly master Bash at a more advanced level. And I have sort of a diagram started that I'm not ready to show yet that shows you where you can branch out. If you want to like do this, okay, now you can go branch out here in full stack engineering. Development here, you can, branch out into cybersecurity, that kind of thing. And I've been obsessed with these kind of graphs since the dawn of time. People have been with me for years will tell you. I'm always changing up the the tree of what you can do. How's it going, Viable? So that's what we're talking about. So just a reminder to everybody who's in the chat, this is for the next 4 hours. This is well, we'll talk about that. Data-driven design is definitely good, but that has no business in a beginner stream. So just a reminder to everybody who might be just joining us. I say this every time I start one of these. The next 4 hours are for beginners. So I absolutely love having the advanced people in here, on the back row, so to speak, kind of watching us, but please don't make the beginners feel self-conscious or in any way intimidated so they feel like they can't ask questions, or even that they, by the nature of your, comments, feel that they are stupid. We're all here to help everybody get started. This is a beginner boost. Also, please, I'm not against, random comments here and there, particularly when we take breaks and stuff, but save those kind of random comments for the breaks so that when we don't lose screen real estate to the people who have legitimate questions about the material. Unless it's something related to what we're talking about that's at the beginner level, please just refrain until we get to the break. Okay. So, hey, how's it going, Nick? So that's what we're going to be doing. Ground Zero is a cool moniker. Don't make me the only one. Come on. You can ask questions as long as the questions are related to beginner material sorts of things. All right. So what are we doing? We're going through the Learning Web Design from Jen Robbins, which is a good base document, but it's really kind of showing its age now. So I feel justified going through it and pointing those things out. Yesterday, or last session, it was a lot of stuff that I had to go through that I would suggest strongly against from the book. So please make sure that you're looking at these things in order if you're trying to follow through, and you don't want things to seem out of place when I talk about something like, why are you talking about that? They kind of all go together. I've also done another video called Choose the Best Editor for You. So, I use Vim in all of this, but you can watch that video and we talk about how you might want to choose VS Code or Nano or whatever you want to pick for yourself. Okay. So I think we're ready to get jumping in. And they're not there yet. Last little caveat. So all the videos are in the playlist on YouTube, on youtube.com/rwxrob. And you can go there, you can click my Patreon, you can read them, but the playlist for Beginner Boost is there. And although it doesn't have any bookmarks yet, every one of these videos, these 4-hour videos, will have bookmarks at some point. And that will help you get past the problems of me ranting or going down a rabbit hole or the big long breaks, all of that sort of thing, including all of this intro stuff, right? This intro stuff, you can jump right past all of that if you don't want to see it again. But I kind of have to do intro stuff at this point. All right. Yeah. Question points. Yeah. Cloud technology. That's a good question. Let's save that one. That's a great conversation to have. All right. So we're going to pick up in the book. Let me go back to, so yeah, just a reminder too, the way I do this is I'm going to kind of silence the chat for a while I go through the book, and then I'll open up the chat. So, again, I'm going to be backtracking through the chat when you guys, so if you guys have questions, don't feel like I'm not going to get to them. I will just eventually get to them. And by the way, if there's people here, you can answer questions when people are asking them when we're going through it. Please go through that. Help, I'm being oppressed. Help, I'm being oppressed. So let's go back and fire up my, I already have the document viewer up. So we left off on chapter 7, adding images. What does that mean? And you'll remember we talked about using a server process for that. I've been really debating whether I should do how to set up a server right now, or if I should go back and make a video on it. So as I go forward, I'm going to be using the HTTP serve that I wrote in Go. It's 100 lines or so. And if you don't know how to use that, don't stress out. There will be a video at the beginning of this series that tells you how to use serve or browser sync if you want to. You can pick one of the two, and that will help you to do all of your editing in real time in a way that would look just like it would be if it were on the internet. As opposed to the way that Jen does this in the book, where she doesn't have any kind of web server involved, which forces you to do some anti-patterns, bad practices of linking directly to files instead of linking to the directories, which provide better URLs all around for everybody to remember. And it's not slower, by the way. If you put a slash at the end, it'll get index.html with just one request. So just be prepared for that. The web explosions in mass popularity was due to the fact that there were images on the page. And I actually want to show this again. I did show this at one point. Whoopsie. Let's see here. We showed, so we were searching for the Gopher. Remember Gopher? The other day. And when you see the images that pull up on here, one of the images, and this one right here. So this was the first time anybody saw a picture. Oops, wrong one. There, right here. So this over here. This is the first time anybody saw a picture in anything on the internet. To that point, you had to download pictures, and you could maybe click on the picture and see it inside of like, the directory somehow. But in this case, this was the dawn of integrating pictures with the internet and all that brings with it. In fact, the very first useful use of this that I saw was for the campus that I was at. Brigham Young you could click on different campus areas and it would go to the different pages depending on what part was here you can click on. By the way, that's all still enabled and you can still do that. So we're going to put pictures in pages. This doesn't really need a full chapter, just putting the picture in the page. What does need a bunch of content is how to make pictures and how to study how those colors are manipulated and managed best. And that's something that almost all HTML web book kind of things don't talk about. And Jen spends a lot of time on it because she's a designer. So we're going to cover that. Images appear on the pages in two ways, either inline or background images. That's sort of true. There's another way that images appear that she doesn't talk about at all, which is in fonts. People are using images in fonts a lot. I might want to talk about that a little bit later, just so I don't forget. This is actually a really common modern practice. We'll talk about something called Font Awesome. All right, so inline or as background images. If the image is part of an editorial content, such as shots or illustrations and so on, it should be placed in the flow. It's called inline with the HTML. If the image is purely decorative, such as a stunning in the background, it goes in the background. That kind of goes without saying. Chapter 13, we talk about background images, so I guess she's going to skip that. Let's see here. We've been doing it since 1992. You'll find it meets your needs. Okay. IMG element. Right. So we already covered the IMG element. I'm going to skip that. You already know it. You just put the IMG element in and you put the SRC equals and then it shows you what you're going to get. Now, she's going to show you some different variations on this, but a word on image formats. Okay. So I was wondering when this was going to come in. So let's go ahead and talk about this. There's two kinds of images, raster and vector, and there's lots of really good images on the internet to demonstrate this. And I do this on purpose. Whenever I have something to present, I deliberately go search the internet and show you it. So that models what you could do to learn about it rather than having to have my book or my images or my presentation. So this is where you can see the difference between raster versus vector. Raster is done through pixels. And that's, pictures you take with your phone and everything, any kind of photograph, those are all raster and vector. Vector can be converted into raster. Raster can be converted into vector, but it's much, much, much harder and requires some really professional software like you would see in Adobe or something. And even then, it's not really very good. So here you go. There's a raster versus vector. In a nutshell, vector images are files that contain mathematical instructions about how to draw lines, geometric shapes and stuff. Raster, they do contain some raster, by the way, but mostly they're just mathematical functions. PDF, for example, is mostly vector, right? Raster is, I got this grid system of ones and, zeros for RGB values, and there's, millions of them. That's what you get with the, the 4K, 1080p. It's how many of those little individual pixels you get. And each one of those individual pixels, by the way, has an R, a G, and a B value, red, green, and blue. And we'll get talking about that a lot as we get into CSS. But so it's not just dots. It's like dots of 3 dots, and that can even get more complicated. But that's the basic nature of it. What's the difference? There's another one called alpha. That's what makes it transparent too. Here's the difference between raster and vector. You can see it's when it gets resized, it gets a little bit different. There's one. That was a good picture. Raster versus vector. I don't have to tell you that the raster image, it does not upscale very well, right? And usually raster images don't even downscale very well. Sometimes they're okay, But bottom line, when you're using raster images, you usually don't want to deal with scaling. Let me give you an example of this. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. I got really lucky on a site here. I think I still have it here. Yeah, I got really lucky because you see this little icon up here. It's really hard to see. That is the small version of the same picture I have on my GitHub, which I'll talk about later, but I actually moved my entire profile from LinkedIn to GitHub today. And so this is the same picture. So I'm showing you, these are raster images. This is a bigger raster image. And so this is what it looks like when you shrink it down. And you can resize raster images, but SVG images were made to be resized. And when you see like people with huge banners and stuff that span entire, floors of between floors of a building, you're usually looking at a vector image because they can scale infinitely in both directions. All right, so I just wanted to show you that as a raster image example. But I think that we made the point there, right? So those are the two kind of images. Raster images, believe it or not, are a lot simpler to deal with. This is why when you go to GitHub, I think they finally added SVG, but to support a vector, rendering of vector images, you have to have something that can do all of that math and draw it to the screen. To draw a raster image to the screen is a lot easier. It just has to say, what color should this pixel be? So the renderer for a raster image is usually a lot easier to execute. It's simpler than the vector images, even though, generally speaking, not always, vector images will be smaller in size because they're just a bunch of instructions, right? Rasters, there's like 1 bit, or 1 byte for every RGB value times however much the resolution is. So 800 by 600 times 3 times 8, that's how much, how many bits there are, how many bytes or megabytes I think it would be. I mean, you can do the math, but so you get for what would be like a fraction of a maybe a few bytes actually, or a few, not a few bytes, a few kilobytes might be, 4 megabytes at a higher resolution. So the secret to take away from this, and she's going to talk about this for sure, if resizing really matters to you, go with SVG. If not, and you're taking pictures of something, make sure you start with an image that has the highest possible resolution. And if you can, which isn't always possible, you should know the exact target resolution and then take things at that resolution, so there's no manipulation up or down of the raster image to make it look bad, but particularly up, because when you go up, you'll almost never get a good image because you've already lost the ability to fill in those gaps between the smaller size and the bigger size. So that's what's going on. Let's hear from the peanut gallery on this. Do you guys have anything interesting to say about that? Oops. Okay. So if I will see. How's it going, Og? It gives me a headache and a half. Sore set for the win. I don't know. We'll see. So far, no big inner stuff. Happy New Year. How's it going, Harry? 2020 was okay. This is Google, not DuckDuck slow. I don't use Google. This was just, I use DuckDuckGo. This is something I probably still had up. It doesn't matter to me. Irrelevant. Guys, take your conversation about Linux distros to another channel for now. Inkscape can do raster to vector. Can it do it now? That's nice to know. Good information. Vector all the time because media and IRL billboards. Yes. Right. Good point, Jim. Liquid media. Good point. Good point. SVG is base 64. Yeah, that happens too. A lot of people will put that stuff into something else. Blackmagic Design 12K cinema cameras are awesome. Whoa. That sounds pretty amazing. I haven't ever heard of that. All right, so nothing really in the chat to go through there. The only thing, okay, so let's give you the brief history of PNG, JPEG, and GIF, whatever you want to call it. I've always called them GIFs, and people rage about that all the time. So PNG came out, once upon a time, GIF was proprietary. And it was a company called Frofenhauer or whatever. Does anybody remember it? It doesn't matter. You don't need to worry about GIFs at all. So the takeaway is, if anybody tells you, oh, don't use GIFs, they're patented, you can't use them, it's a bunch of crap. Because the patent has been gone on it passed up from it, I think for at least 2 years now, maybe 3. So there's nothing wrong with using a GIF. The only limitation from using a GIF is size, particularly if you animated GIFs. Animated GIFs are huge, and they use a technology that was designed to help low-resolution pictures appear, while the high-res one was loading. They use the inner workings of the image format to cause it to do animation, and it was a total hack that somebody did, and it's lived on to this day. But they are really big in comparison to a MOV file or any of the MP4, any of the movie formats that are the same size. So it's generally a bad idea to put a GIF in a page where you could also put a movie and embed a movie in your page. It will be a smaller amount of screen size. It will be a higher resolution, and it's so just know that. JPEG has been going around for a long time. I was actually on the JPEG 2000 team as kind of a spectator for a while when it first came out, to embed metadata, because I was a big photographer and I had young kids. I was taking lots of pictures. JPEG has a bunch of metadata in it. It's designed for more, photographic things, which you already know probably. PNG is designed to kind of be both of those things, but it's generally a GIF replacement. You see PNG and GIF used interchangeably. When in doubt, you go with PNG if you can, unless you need the GIF animation. This line here about WebP and JPEG XR is really outdated. In fact, I'm going to turn to the chat. Has anyone ever used a WebP graphics image format? I believe personally that I know that it's the international standard, but I feel like it's died on the vine because vendors don't support it or don't really like it. And so, yeah. Anyone have any ICO? Yeah. And you still have ICO for the web. Yes, you do. Yeah, but you don't need to use it for icons anymore. JPEG, yeah. I have it in 2005. I've used it. Okay. So there are some designers out there who've done WebP, and I have no practical use for it. I imagine most of you are not out there, but if you do need it and it's nice that you know that it exists. I don't think that it will ever gain the popularity of JPEG and PNG and GIF. I just don't. It's kind of like the extra child out there that doesn't really need to exist, and vendors are already inclined to use the other things. So, I mean, if you want to use it, that's fine. Yeah. All right. So for vector images, such as the kind of icons and illustrations, so we talked about SVG. So she's talking about tools to use to make these images, and I didn't think that she was going to get into that, but whatever. So Illustrator is the industry standard for vector images. However, Inkscape, somebody mentioned already, which I love. I've made an entire card game with Inkscape. It was a joy to make. Inkscape, INKSCAP, is a really great tool. It has quite a turbulent history. It's kind of interesting history. But it's still very, very stable. At least 3 years ago, I read a blog from at least one person who said they preferred Inkscape over Illustrator for its simplicity, and it just keeps getting better. I mean, this is a tool that's primarily targeting, web graphics, SVG graphics, and it has these days it has different ways of animating SVGs, and we haven't talked about that, and I don't imagine that's covered in this book at all. But you can animate an SVG because an SVG is a vector format, scalable vector graphics. There's a whole chapter on it later that you can manipulate to move things around. And I'll have to actually pull out one of my old images that I have that I animated, like skill stack, like moving and ticker taping and all this other stuff. It's really fun, actually. You can use JavaScript to make your SVG. To do. People make entire games just using SVG. All right. So they're not going to talk about the image formats here so much as Jen's going to talk about how to put the images into your web page. That's the focus. If you have a source image that is another popular TIFF, oh gosh. TIFF gives me like PTSD. TIFF is a really, really, really high resolution verbose format that's used by high-end photographers and scanners and professionals. It has no compression whatsoever. BMP, EPS that's the standard format. These formats are you usually hear about these other formats when you talk about desktop publishing, newspapers and magazines and stuff, but you hear about them less and less. But so EPS is an encapsulated PostScript file, which usually even that is kind of falling out of favor because you can just use a PDF. PDFs are a different form of EPS, actually. When I was running my business making flashcards and sending them, I was saving money by sending them to the local print shop on our campus and then having them cut and milled rather than going to a true publisher. And I would send EPS files that were generated actually from HyperCard to do that. So that's where you're going to hear about those formats, is when you're doing more of that formatting. You can convert those obviously to the other formats. If you get into photography, you probably know what those are about. CAD program. Okay, a CAD program that's computer-aided drafting. I was a big drafter in middle school and high school. We're not going to talk about CAD, but CAD produces very, very detailed vector graphics that it's really critical that the scale of the graphic be accurate because, people are making actual physical things that have to match those specifications. So if you were to do this, you would link to the image to get the drawing. Okay, so she's just making the point that you would never include those drawings in your page. You would actually link to them, and then they would be downloaded, and whatever helper application you have set up would be there to open that up. I don't think I've ever seen a JXR extension in my life. Has anybody else? Has anybody seen a JXR extension when to use compared to AI, you think? I like Illustrator too. I like them both. From YouTube, the previews are a WebP. Did not know that. Good to know that. I'm going to go back to Real Audio was the best. Yeah, I like this better for yeah, TIFF, the 100 megabyte images. I know, aren't they big? Use TIFF? People usually use TIFF for high-end photography too. But they're using RAW these days, though, I think. Oh my gosh, Targa. Oh, Targa. Yeah, Targa. I forgot the whole word, Targa. That's what the T is, right? I totally forgot that. Man, that's like a real jump blast from the past for me. Anyway, let's keep going. So here's the difference between raster and vector. A really good example there. I'm going to skip that. We talked about that. MIME. When you send images through the mail, the emails that you send, the images get encapsulated in base 64 encoding, which we talked about last session. All the different letters and stuff instead of the binary ones and zeros. And those kind of messages are put into a type called MIME, which stands for multimedia internet, multi-part internet media exchange, I'm pretty sure. And what that means is, so the JPEG, the .jpg, the .gif, the .png, at some point you might need to know about those images, and the standard extensions you probably can guess, .gif, .png, .jpg. Some people use .jpeg. in those cases, it's important that you use those extensions because your web server will know how to send it to the recipient, and that is a part of MIME, which started out as email and then turned into how we send things over the web as well. It says here, popular Apache server uses a file in the root called htaccess. God, this is like not beginner material. I'm going to redo this book. I'm going to redo it. I keep saying that, but be sure to add your server administrator to add MIME types for the new images. No, this is all supported by default. Don't worry about that. Completely forget that paragraph. Browsers use helper applications to display media they can't handle alone. Yeah, we talked about that. So it'll open up in your image browser or something like that. I get that all the time when I use links. By the way, this is how come I can get away with using links on a graphic web. Because when I need a picture, I just click on it and it pulls it up in my image viewer on my computer. 9 times out of 10, I don't need to see the images. So without further ado, let's look at the image element. I mean, that was quite a bit of ado, Jen. That was like 3 pages of ado. So now that the ado is over, here's the image element. Place an image here. We already did this. You guys already saw. We're just going to review. We did this with Linus Torvalds. We already added this image already, so I don't need to kind of show you that again. Wait, are we already there? Nope. Learn web design. So actually, let's look at Linux. All right, so here is how you do this. And this is in the book. So the image that we downloaded happened to have JPEG. That's fine. The web server, most web servers know that by default. So the important thing to note here is the difference between, this is the thing I always screw up. I always make this href instead of src. It's like my biggest mistake. Don't be me. I can never remember. I can do this forever, and I always mess that up. And same thing up here. So link, I'm always like, is it href or is it src? Because the two both have URLs that go in there. The value is a URL, so I sometimes mix them up. So just know if it's an image, it's src. If it's a link, it's href. And you always should have the alt text. I already showed you what happens when we do this. And you can put some inline style if you want, but you know, that was just to show how to do inline styles. What happens with the alt text? So let's do this. Let's move this around. We've already seen this once, but I want to show you this again. So if I move Linus's the temp directory and get it out of here, and then I try to preview this page again. So let me get you a new one for this. I have to go start my server. So yeah, so let me go serve. All right, so now when we go back to the web browser, we can open localhost 8000 and oopsie, and we can go to /Linux, and there's our links. But see what it did? So we know in this particular one, what happened here? All right, so insert spec element to get our thing. This is something I like about Firefox that that's different than Chrome, to tell you the truth. It actually puts the alt text here instead of a broken image. Yeah. So but if I add the image back, you know, if I move /temp Linus back into the current directory and I reload, then we get Linus's picture. All right, so that is an image. And Inkscape is great, yes. Yeah, 10 years ago. I know, it's been around forever, right? RAM BMP, oh my gosh. Good memories there, guys. Anyway, so yeah, let's go back to this. So this is how you do an image. It's just a recap of how we did it before. Having it, somebody mentioned that Microsoft and some of these like web page maker tools are actually getting stricter about reminding you when you don't have alt text because of the lawsuits and stuff that are happening against governments and Pizza Hut for accessibility, which we talked about last session. And so don't forget your alt tags. You don't want to get sued. It's not that hard to make them. By default, images are aligned with the baseline. If you put an inline image, can I just say it's a bad idea to do that? It is such a bad idea to do that. Just say no to inline images. Just say no. Just say no. You don't need them. I mean, the only case I can think of you needing an inline image would be if you were going to make some sort of emoji that doesn't exist elsewhere. But even then, that's a bad idea. If you're going to do that, you should use font. You should use inline fonts with Font Awesome. So I'll put a note in that. Say, Mr. Rob says, do not use inline images. They mess up your flow of your paragraphs. They mess everything up. You should always be putting images in their own paragraph or in their own place, separate. And there's almost zero reason to ever do it this way. Instead, you can use. I'll show you a trick to use you can use it with a font, and you can use a span, and then you can make the background of the span the picture or a member, or you can actually use the font. This is almost always a bad idea for the reason that she mentions here. The images are aligned with the baseline, and you can change the different ways of doing it, but it's just a bad idea. Does anybody disagree? I'm sure you guys are like, no, that's fine. What about the picture element or the figure element, right? No, there's a figure element. I don't think there's a picture element, is there? Use the div and then use the image as a background. Yeah, that's that. A lot of people do that, Harry. A lot of people do that too, and that's probably okay. I personally, depending on how significant the image is, I would make sure it's in a figure element. And I don't know if she's going to cover that, but having an image in a figure element is way more valuable because then you can semantically find the thing if that's your thing. If it's just a decoration, then yeah, stick it in a div or however you can get it to show up on the page. It really doesn't matter. But it's going to mess up the layout of your text. Bad idea. You can also get the full image data to be included inline. Yes, you can. These days you can. Using something called the data URI, which I absolutely guarantee you she's not going to cover. I would be really, really surprised if she covers that. I'm going to put a note here to cover that. What it is it's a data URI is putting all of it inside of it. And if you've ever clicked on an image and you try to copy and paste the link to the image and it's this like monstrously huge link, that's a data URI. Div, yeah. Yeah, you can use div to buffer it too, right? So let's move on. Fast networks, Wi-Fi, source and alts. We talked about that. Yeah, don't put it in the flow. I know the images are going to look weird because I've got black dark mode on, but oh well. A part of the normal document, they reflow when the browser tries to resize. Okay, so this is fine, and we might use this for layout later, but you can, when you do it this way, the type is actually inline block. And what that does is it, as far as your browser is concerned, it thinks the picture, the image, is a letter. It thinks it's a big old huge letter. And so it tries to put it within the flow of text and everything. And that's why you get the automatic wrapping, the responsive wrapping when you resize it. Providing a location with the SRC. We don't really need to talk about that. We talked about organizing images. And there's two places to put images. Let's see what she has to say about this first. They organize the images for the site in a directory called IMG. My preference, as I showed you, is to do, and this is not just my preference, I see this a lot all over. All right, so the common way to do this these days is to put an assets directory and then have images, sounds, and videos or something in there. These assets are used throughout the whole site. And then if you organize directories or folders, whatever you want to call them, and then put the pictures that go with that page or that site only inside of it, next to it. Then if you move it around, you won't get problems. The only stuff that should go in assets is stuff that's going to be on the entire site. Otherwise, I would do it this way. There are some edge cases where you might not want to do that. Say you had a really big demand for performance and want to compress your images even further and clean them up and put them through this crazy build process, which is really common actually these days with other when you're thinking of things like an application instead, and you're trying to squeeze every bit of optimization out. In those cases, they're not looking at your site as a document. They're looking at the entire thing as an application. So once again, when you're thinking about your development, can you think about what you're making in terms of, is it a document, a page, site, or is it an app? If it's an app, it makes sense to put every single image in one place, right? Because then you can just go find them and all your components can like embed them and that kind of thing. Unless you have a component. If you have a component that has that image in the component, then the component-oriented design would have you, keep those things together. So there are a lot of practices in this book that are implied, that are sort of based on this middle path between making it a document and an app. And I'm strongly going to encourage you to force yourself to think about what you're making in either terms. And that'll help you make a simple decision, such as, where do I put my images, right? If it's just a document and you want to be able to reorganize your document and you want to keep the bash picture with the bash, content, then put it there. Don't stick it in some place far away where you'll have to go find it. Not only that, you'll forget you're even using it. So let's say you delete the bash thing or move it to another site. Well, now you got leftover images in there that you don't need that are wasting your space and everything. So, be practical about how you modularize your development. All right. So any other comments from the peanut gallery there? Look at my bucketing. MDN picture element. We'll go see. We never store images. Picture element was not used at all in the 14 million top 30 sites, 14 million pages of the top 30 search results in Google when we looked. So I wouldn't use the picture element personally. We never store images in our database. We bucket them from Amazon and only store the URIs. Right. And that's, if you're doing cloud development, that makes a lot of sense. However, let me think about that, Harry. Let's talk about that for a second, because that makes a lot of sense, because images can get big, right? Data URI. Right. I want to think about that bucket question for a second. Harry, would you say that when you do that your site is more of a cohesive whole, as opposed to, we have some documentation over here and this is the application part of it? Because he makes a good point. My head exploded too. So first of all, that whole thing about organizing your content, I talked about that a lot, probably for 30 minutes yesterday. So the last time I did a session. If you want to go through that, I don't want to recap that. Nicholas actually, or Harry's making a good point that I want to pause on for a second. Implementing a protocol rather than delving into uses. Well, yeah. Networking and Rusted is a good way to implement by, a photo folder and then a subcategory folder, but we use thousands of photos. Right. And the relative path for files dependent on the server, or we covered that all yesterday, Raritan. I'm not going to talk about any of that today. We talked about root paths versus relative paths, right? The leading slash anchors it. So in that case, you would have /assets /ing /picture I use on the whole site, right? But I think we have a really good use case that you guys are talking about. No, they don't. They absolutely don't. They absolutely do not. And I talked about that at length yesterday. If you use a relative link, then you better make sure that you don't ever move that folder or that file, because it will no longer resolve if it's moved up or down a level in a parent directory. Containers for logic database and blob storage help speed up optimizing the system. I agree. It's cheaper to optimize the system that way. And I also think that that's going to get you around source management issues. So right. Yeah. The reason I'm pausing, guys, is because even though I mentioned the separation out, let's go look back at the organization again. So most of the development that I do is based on documents that have small size raster images. So I'm fine. In fact, I have very few images. If you're talking about a site that's got thousands of images, it's very image intensive, even if those images are sort of or related to one or two pages only, at that point, it starts to make sense to put all of your images together like these guys are talking about, for lots of reasons. For you can be able to, I mentioned it earlier, but you can optimize those images and compress them. You can store those images in a completely different place. And I don't see you're going to have cross-site issues there if it's on the same domain. So the point being is that you might be able to put all the images on another computer, right? And in the case when they're talking about, somebody mentioned EC2, that's Amazon. So what they do is they put all of the images, which are bigger, into a bucket, and then they put all their HTML someplace else because that can serve faster. And that way they can have other people publishing images separate from, the content. Now, the danger there, of course, is that if you have content that depends on an image, you might get a disconnect between the two. But when you're starting to talk about thousands of images, or an application or something that depends heavily on images, then it kind of makes sense to maybe separate the two out. But if you're not there, if you are working on a school paper or 10 papers, and you want each school paper to have the pictures that go with that paper together, so that you can render that entire paper as a PDF document in addition to a web page, then it might not make as much sense to do that. Now, you can certainly do that by just going to the web browser and hitting save as PDF. So there's lots of approaches to all of this, and I suppose it's important that we talk about all of them. My preference is to keep the resources as close as possible to the content that describes that resource, unless that becomes, prohibitive. And I could see some cases where that might be. But at that point, maybe you don't want to have that on the site at all. So, like, if you had a really large TIFF image, why would you even have that on your site, right? Most of these images would be compressed anyway. But yeah, there's lots of approaches to this. You can also put styles for a specific site inside of that site's subdirectory, in addition to the styles that apply to the whole site. And we'll talk more about that when we get into styles in general. If this is kind of going over your head and we're flying high here, just remember you can stop it, you can slow down. There's no need for you to go breezing through this really fast. If I say something you don't understand, ask me, of course, but also do a little bit of research to make sure you understand what we're talking about, and we'll go from there. So Rare didn't bring it up, so I want to talk about it. We talked about this last session a lot, so I don't want to spend a lot of time on it. But there's 3 kinds of ways to reference a thing, in this case, an image on a site. There are local URLs, right? These are local relative URLs. That means icon.gif must live at the same place that image.html lives. They have to be right next to each other. You have rooted local site URLs. I call them, rooted, because this slash says, go look in images no matter where this index.html page lives, no matter where it goes, no matter how far deep down in the subdirectory trees or how far up, it will always find it because it's always at the same place. Okay, so, and that if you have an arrow or something, that would make a good sense to do that. And then, of course, you can pull in Remote pictures, like we're doing with Linus Torvalds here. Actually, I moved his content over, but originally, and if you have HTTP in the front, that means that the picture is not coming from your site at all. It's coming from some external site, and it's being pulled all the way in. And it does see a warrant. There's a warning here because this is actually can be a copyright violation. There's 2 reasons not to do this. One of them is you could be violating somebody's copyright, and Twitter lost a thing on that. And 2, if they decide to move or rename the image, your page breaks and it doesn't work anymore. In those cases, you should copy the file down, which many sessions ago I showed you how to do by going to get Torvald's picture and pulling it down temporarily. Make sure, it's up to you to make sure you can use it or that you care about whatever copyright is being used. It's called hot linking. Yeah. It's considered seriously uncool. So don't do it unless there is a specific use case. Yeah. When should you actually do this? So there are a couple specific use cases where it makes sense to remotely link to an image. One of those cases we'll start discovering a lot later, but it is when you do something on GitHub. So these are called tags. This is not covered in the book, but let's go look at my auth module, for example. So this is my Golang auth module that I made on GitHub. And as you can see, there's pictures here, right? And if you look at the source code of these pictures, let's view source on this. Actually, inspect. Where are you? Inspect element. You'll see that these pictures are being pulled in from remote sites. And that's on purpose. How come you're not resizing? What's up? Where are you? There you are. Okay. See this here? See that? See how it starts out with HTTPF? Well, that's a link actually, but see how this image source equals blah, blah, blah? And that GitHub has messed with it. But the point I'm trying to make here is in this particular case, these pictures are being generated. This one in particular is being automatically generated. This is a picture, but the picture is being dynamically generated at least once when the page is loaded. And so that is a legitimate reason to use the link that Jen warns you about with an HTTP. In that particular case, you want to link to an image that will be automatically generated because every time you go to the page, it gives you anything. When the internet first started, I don't know if anybody remembers, when the images started, they used to do counters using this. Does anybody remember this? I gotta ask the crowd if they know, if they can remember. Did anybody put is anybody here old enough to have put a hit counter on their web page that was a dynamically generated image at the bottom? Yeah. If you want to slow your page down, yeah. So that was one reason to do it, and that reason still exists in some isolated cases. And one of those not so isolated cases is anything on GitHub, because you want to. That link will actually trigger a validation process that will inspect your whole source code and give you a grade, and that has to happen dynamically. So that's one of the rare cases where you'd want to do that. No matter what type. Yeah. Oh boy. Yeah, that's why I'm a big, VS Code problems. If you have those, I prefer like actual servers, like Browser Sync and Serve. Facebook tracking pixel. There you go. The browser chooses schema currently and use. Wow. The double slash will be, yes, crazy. Good to say that. That's probably worth mentioning. Good mention. Good catch there, crazy. So Crazy Mage reminds us that in 2021, you don't have to put HTTPS anymore at all. You can just put // and that will say, is it on HTTPS? If it's not, let's look on HTTP. I don't do that very much, but you can do that. Because these days, every website is pretty much on HTTPS because of other limitations. For example, you cannot make a progressive web app without HTTPS. So let's see here. I think it tells the browser to use schema currently in use by the current page. That might be true. That might be true. Something for you guys to research. Good conversation there, though. Check to see how many poem reads I got. Yeah. I had someone ask me to do it not too long ago. I refused. Oh, what? The counter thing? Yeah, it's if you want to. By the way, this is if you okay. One more usage. If you want to hack people, send them an email that has a web page in it, and that has a picture that has that. That's how they track you. This is why you should use ProtonMail with images turned off. Because when you open up an email in ProtonMail, even if it's HTML, it refuses to load any of the images. Because as soon as you open an email that has image links like that, it lets them know exactly what kind of browser you are, what it's using, where the request is coming from, what your web client is, all kinds of information. Most importantly, it lets them know that that's a real page that got opened. They're like, oh, we have a fishy. A fishy is like smelling the cheese on the hook. Just don't do it, man. Do not open mail that has images in it. Turn your images off and do not open mail that has images in it unless you know who sent it. Then you can activate images, and ProtonMail by default has them all off. That's why I recommend it. So you guys have how much stuff you can get from mails and SMS. It's true, Harry. Yeah. So just this is worth saying this right now because yeah, the internet was fun before 2010, and don't use www either. Right? It's anti-pattern HTTPS always. No, HTTPS always is not an anti-pattern. No, you should always use HTTPS. Are you guys saying that's not a thing? If you're saying that using HTTPS for everything is an anti-pattern, I really want some backup for that, because that's hands down my recommendation right now. Don't forget to add a page with a large white section containing an obscure photo, realistic hair on it. I don't even have text preview on my emails. I delete 98% without reading. Me too. I sure did put a dynamically generated bit counter on a web page a few times. Yeah, everybody's done that like once or twice, right? I mean, if you live long enough, you'll do it. Anyway, so let's keep going down. Take advantage of caching. So we talked about this already several sessions ago, but those images, when they get loaded, they get saved. Your web browser saves them based on a bunch of different information and settings. But generally speaking, sometimes it can be a problem as a web developer, actually, because it'll save them. And you're like, I don't want to save it. And that's actually one reason it's better to preview your site using a developer server like BrowserSync or the serve code that I have that I can give you, because it forces it to clear the cache every time. If you don't do that, sometimes your web browser will continue to show you the old one. And every browser's got some way to refresh, force a refresh. You right click on it, some control, whatever. You have to figure out what your browser does. It changes all the time, it seems like to me. But that browser caching is what saves you from having to reload that image every time you go to the site. Because some of those images, like particularly the helper images, like the arrows and thing, or the font awesome images or something, they technically that's a font, but those things, the logos, they're already there, so they don't need to be reloaded. Your little bookmark icon, you don't need to refresh those all the time. So it saves on speed for your browser to cache all that. Cache means to hide in French, cacher, to hide something. And so when you cache something, it means to store it in a way that is not really known to you, but it's going to get reused later. So that's what a cache is. And you can clear a cache by emptying it. Another use of the word cache is geocaching. If you ever done this, it's really fun. You can go hide stuff in the woods or in Altoid tins on the bottom of metal benches. You go geocache with a GPS and find them and sign in and say you found the cache. So yeah, there we go. Alt text. I've already talked about this a lot. Just make sure you do it. There we go. So here's kind of a show of what you're going to get. This is interesting. So this Firefox actually puts the alt text. These ones show you broken images. Didn't know that. Interesting. That explains a lot. That's a useful page there. That was a good one. MD images. Oh, you can also link an image, of course, right, guys? We did this already. If you put a link around an image, you just click on the image and it'll go there. Not hard. Make sure you try that out on your page, though. When we get to that point, you should put one of each of these in your site while you're making it so that you can practice it all. And then you should put that aside and do it all again from scratch to repeat it. And that's how after we finish the whole book, we're going to do a few projects beginning to end that you can repeat kind of quickly to practice, like do your weightlifting for web design. Avoid using image of or graphic of in the alt text. Right, because it's going to speak it. It'll be clear that it's an image, all right? For each inline image, alt text, yes. Okay, now, I don't like this one. And this is going to be a big debate. And I want to have a nice debate with the people who are done web development out there. I think it's a bad idea to put width and height on pictures. Now, you see these attributes here? Width and height can be set as attributes on the image. And here's how the argument goes. In fact, let's read her argument first, because this is going to be a debate. And I disagree with her conclusion. Marquee, we did Marquee already the other day. And Blink. Is it anti-pirate? Yeah, I think I would probably put HTTPS. It's 2020, yeah. Yeah, I would definitely not do // Control whatever is my favorite combination. Old Soul calls Sandboxy. Don't know. Je suis caché. C'est caché, Bécarré. Bienvenue. Bienvenue encore. I use the geocache. It was fun with GPS. Yes. Images. What will be the root here? That is whatever. If you do /images, it will be whatever the root web. So in our case, that would go to, mine would break because there is no such thing as /images. Seems like a lot of people have questions about what I covered in the last session with regard to paths and whether they have a slash in front or not. I'm going to have to skip that though for right now because I've already covered it at least 4 times. So we're going to have a debate here about width and height. Okay. Now, first of all, let me show you what that means. Okay. Width and height attributes let the browser allocate the size, right? And we're going to talk about that, but it has pluses and minuses, right? That pull in scripts and images later, they pop in eventually, but specifying this lets them, yeah. All right, so this is the traditional. It's very Victorian English. Nostalgia. Mais pourquoi je suis Victorian English? I don't know. So back to the width and height thing. Here's how the standard instruction goes. This is what I've heard. I imagine this is what Jen's going to tell us. When your web page loads, it has to do so with what it knows. And what's the first thing that it downloads? The first thing that's downloaded from your site is usually the HTML page. Well, it certainly can't draw your page until the HTML page comes down, even if it downloads them all at the same time. So you get a web page, and it starts to draw the page, and it comes to the picture. Right. So it draws the picture. Right. Well, there's a lot of people that say always use height and width, and I'm going to make an argument against them sometimes. So it depends. I'm going to say it depends. All right. So when your page is coming down, if it gets to the image and the image does not have a width and a height on it in the HTML attributes, it has no idea what size it is. So what does it do? It skips over it because it doesn't have the picture yet, and it draws the rest of the stuff. Right? And then when the picture comes in, you guys ever been on a page? It's a very edge case crazy, by the way. So have you ever been like watching a page and you're like reading it and it takes a while for the page to load? There's some big old image and all of a sudden the text that you're reading gets shoved all the way down. And you're like, that's super annoying. I can't read it, right? That's the anti-pattern. That's why most people would recommend, no matter what, putting a height and a width, even if you're going to change and mess with that later. And while I mostly agree with that, in the world of component-oriented design, a lot more things are at play there. So it's a little bit, and not to mention the fact that width and height are elements of style. They're not elements of, well, if anything, they're like in the middle. This is where the debate comes in, right? Are width and height style, or are they, content? So there's no, also medium images, right? I'm sorry. You'll have to talk about that a little bit more later. I hate when pages just jumps around and everything is still loading and have a bad internet connection. Yeah. So the reason you'll hear people like get really, strong with their language about this, I think if you know the width and height ahead of time, why not include it? Good point. It lets you use responsive images. Yes. Different quality images based on screen resolution bandwidth. Yes. There's also a lazy browser loading feature that needs some information. Yeah. And that's what I wanted to get on to. That way you have fast internet and the problem of text wrapping goes away. Right. Well, that part I don't so much agree with, because we do have people that don't have fast internet, like more than half the world. So let's kind of break down everything that somebody just said there. And you don't have to be an advanced web developer to understand the effect. So first of all, let's start out with, if you know the width. So for example, this image, right. So let's actually inspect this element here. Actually, no, let's look at the text. So as you can see, when I did this, I went the shortcut route, and I did exactly what they're recommending because it's pretty fast. Oh no, I did it as a style. All right. So let's do this. Let's play around with this for a little bit. It'll be more fun to play with it than it will be to just do it. So I'm going to comment this out so you can get a sense of what we're talking about. But I want, it's not just a cut and dry answer, is my opinion. Sometimes you want the style. So let's do what they're talking about. Okay. I want to show you the downside of that. It's not just, if we do set the width and height, that's not enough. At a minimum, you need to go in and set max width also in your style. So some people will tell you just put height and width in as an attribute and you're done. And this is why I'm kind of hesitating on this point, because it's not enough. And I'm going to show you why. If you put width here, so let's not put width. Let's just load the page. All right. So this is a big old picture, and it goes all the way off the page. It's obviously way too big. And by the way, if I was waiting for that thing to come in while I'm reading this paragraph, it would push the whole paragraph off. I'm like, ugh, now I have to scroll again. And I know you've all done this before. You've been on a page that does that, right? You've all been on, and that's because they haven't done any consideration for how the page is loaded at all. And that would include, by the way, we haven't got to Pandoc yet. We're going to cover that in the next series. Most sites that are generated from Markdown do not have any idea how big the images are. And I'm going to talk about this for a bit, because we're really going to talk about this when we do the Pandoc series. And frankly, it's one of the reasons I think Pandoc is kind of broken. And I'm going to make a better one that detects image size and puts it in as well when it makes HTML out of Markdown. Because the current Pandocs, I don't know of any Markdown to markup converters, Pandoc included, that will detect the images sizes and do this properly. So if you go to a site, and that's why probably a lot of these sites exist, because all the blog engines don't do this. They don't do this. They don't tell you how wide it is. So let's do this. Let's change the width. So obviously it's too big, right? So let's go with a 200 pixel width. All right. And we're using the attribute. What's an attribute? A key equals value pair, right? So we'll just set the width because the height will autocorrect, and that way we don't have to get, precise with that. So this does work, right? And I don't know if you saw, but actually if you reload, even when you reload, it loads really fast, because it doesn't have to go do the style sheet at all. When you keep it as just the HTML, it loads really fast, but it has a problem. And I'm going to show you that problem now, and then we'll talk about it. What happens? I mean, look, let's for just the sake of exercise, let's say we want it to be like 500, 600, a big old picture, right? So if I do it, I mean, that's really big. I don't know, but I don't know if you wanted to keep it big. This is a problem now. Why is that a problem? So it's a problem because it's no longer responsive. And HTML attributes, height and width, are not responsive, nor can they be as far as I know. If you guys know of a way to do it, let me know. The only way to make an image responsive is to use styles. And we haven't got to styles yet at all, which I don't know why they're talking about it right now. But so let's do this as 200. So it's kind of a spoiler alert, kind of an early thing here. We're going to go ahead and we're going to add the style for this. And we're going to say the max width equals, 200 pixels. And we're going to make the width 100% of whatever the image size is. And the reason for this is because now it will actually resize. That may actually blow out some of our other stuff. I don't know. Let's see. So we're going to reload. So there we go. Now we have our picture at the right size. And when I see how it resizes, right? That's responsive. If you don't add the style, let's do that. If you leave the style off, I'm doing this the hard way. Come on, Rob. All right. So if you leave the style off, what do you get? Whoops, here we go. Not responsive. All right. So now we'll read this chapter, and I've said my piece, and I'm going to go back to the chat. The moral of the story is, if you add width, that's fine. It's going to make it faster to load, and I support that. I do support that. But it's not enough. It's not enough. Okay? And you can, these days, it depends, some blogging engines don't even do it. So then it becomes, it's super, okay. So let's put it this way. If you want to make your site really awesome, add the height and width if you know the height and width, right? But if you don't know that, or even if you do know that, always add max width and width as well in a style. And it doesn't have to be inline, by the way. It should probably not be inline. It should probably be, it could be inline because this is one of those cases where in the inline style kind of makes sense because you know how big the image is right there, as opposed to putting it in a style sheet that's completely separate. One of the few cases where I would be okay with the style sheet entry, particularly because I'm probably going to add that to my markdown generator. So I'm going to open it up to debate now. And we can wrap up this. We can hear what the other people have to say. I guess talking about speed, picture source, yes. Oh wow. Image, alt picture. Wow, that's some really old stuff. Why would you do that? Plus, why that's looks like some XHTML actually. Media min width. 800 pixels. That's some crazy stuff, man. Crazy. That's some really crazy stuff. No image resolution. It doesn't know height and width. Most of the time, I just use max height. I would be a max width person personally. Yeah. General question: shouldn't the width and height be determined by the image metadata rather than leaving it to the end user to set? Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. And this is where it gets complicated, right? How do you know that? Most people who are working with HTML and are working with a template or something that already exists or an image that they know the size of, so they can do it. There is, however, a huge use case where that's not true, and that includes any conversion of markup or markdown, which we haven't talked about, into markup. And when that's taking markup and it doesn't have any knowledge about the pictures at all. And the only way it would have any knowledge is to inspect the metadata of the pictures, which is looking inside of the picture, or to measure the picture and say, okay, we're going to make it like this. And none of them do that so far. And they need to. It would be fantastic if we had that. If you use percentage and width, they will resize. Is that true? Use percent? Is that a supported thing? If that's supported, then I am really happy to learn that today. That was not supported when I was using it a long time ago. So guys, this is really, really good information. Cyberlonka and Master. Yeah. Use it all the time. 100%. All right. But can you mix that with the resize? Okay. So let's look at the pros and cons of that, because I really want that to be true. I really do. Believe me. Instead, what they're suggesting is this, guys. So we'll make this a comment. And again, so let's do this. They're suggesting to use 100%. Now, I have a feeling this is going to fill my whole screen. And then it's going to make me put it in a div, and then I'm going to stylistically limit the size of the div. That's what I think is going to happen. And I know I just spit out a whole mouthful of stuff there, but that's mostly to talk to the people who are suggesting that we do this. So let's go try this. There you go. There's my 100%. And this will responsively resize. All right. And quite frankly, my complaint against this is easily overcome. So my complaint against doing this is I want to use a bigger picture so they can download the bigger picture if they want it at a higher resolution. I don't want to have two pictures. So you following my logic on that? Now, not 100%, just percent. What do you mean percent? You guys got to be more precise. 100%, right? Yeah. Okay. So make sure I got that right. The point that I'm trying to make here is occasionally when I put a picture in there, first of all, I want to limit all of my pictures to the same width. I want them to all be, in my case, 600 pixels wide or 40 EM or RAM or whatever. Yeah, I know percent is a measurement. That part I know. So, but sometimes I know this is kind of an anti-pattern, but I actually don't mind having a larger resolution image like the one of Torvalds that fills the whole screen when it's 100%. But I don't want to display it that way. Right? And so by using the technique you guys are talking about, which I'm kind of okay with, but I like my way better, the only way to make that work is to make sure that the original image is resized before it's put on your website. You're right with CSS, you're liking. Right. But see the problem with that, it is a slight, pedantic thing. There's no longer a high res version of the image for them to download. And so then it gets into some of the other image tags which exist to help with that problem. Or you can have a really big poster size image that they can click on and get for the full size image, and you can leave just the minimum necessary to draw the page correctly with a 100% tag, and that makes it responsive and you don't need any extra CSS. So that's a way to do that. That's a good option. But I'm more akin to doing lazy loading. Yeah. Let me read some more questions here. What we got? I always know the size of the images and will create them to get what I want. Yeah, most people do. But I often don't, because I'm just bringing images off wherever, I'm bringing them off the internet or something. and I just want to finish my document really quickly. So I am okay with not having. First of all, I don't have heavily image dependent sites at all because I'm more of a document guy, words guy. But I can see that. Have a server for dynamic asset. Yeah, completely, Harry. I mean, that's another way to do it. That's the way I personally like to do that. And that's what I want to build in the progressive learning app is, guys, lazy loading is when you load a picture after the fact and you replace the picture you have with a higher resolution version of the picture. And that's actually a really good approach. Let's think about that, Harry. That's a really good middle road to all of this, right? So if you start out with the image that is exactly the size that you want for your site, and you just use width equals percent, 100%, with no CSS, and then you lazy load in the higher resolution image and apply that to that picture. It won't resize it. It wouldn't mess everybody up. And then they also have a higher version resolution of the image if they want to get that. Loading too much. Yeah. So, right. So these are, I mean, I hope these aren't overly complicated issues for you. I think there's enough justification to go with width equals whatever. And if you know the height, put the height in there. Because, both of those things are going to affect how fast it draws. Does anybody know, the tiny stuff for a change? Does anybody know if you only set the width and it implies the height, does that affect the page load issue? Do you have to provide width and height to get the benefit of not having it? I would think it could do the implication because it makes that decision. What I'm afraid of is that some web browser will just allocate so much width, but it doesn't know how high to go. I think the safe thing to do here is, and this is the way to go, is if first of all, I don't know the width and height, right? So what if you did this? What if you did width and height 100% equals, I mean, is width and height at 100%? Isn't that, I mean, doesn't that defeat the purpose by putting a percent there? Doesn't that defeat the purpose of putting it in the first place? Because it has to infer the width and height. Could I have that wrong? That's an interesting question. We've gotten deeper into this than I would have done it before, but max height for getting rid of text jumping. Right. Sizes as in bytes, not width. Yeah. You can supply width and height attributes and still add width and height. Well, yeah, we covered that. Without both attributes, the browser would reflow once it gets the image attributes. I think, right. Percent is pretty common in there. The problem is I don't know if percent is going to cause a reflow or not. That's something to look into. That's something I'd have to test. I would be inclined to not use percent. So this is my conclusion as of after this conversation. You guys tell me what you think. Yeah, VW and VH now, and those are really great. We haven't talked about the measurement units yet. I love those as well, by the way, but we haven't talked about those yet. Those are just different ways of measuring height and width. The real question on the table is, should I use width and height as attributes on the image as described in the book right here? And it says image and height and number of pixels, which we know for a fact is not true. I mean, this does kind of bother me because this is not accurate anymore. You have to put, I think you still have to put PX there now. Is pixels assumed these days? Nope. Yeah. I don't think pixels is assumed. I think that might be a straight up error in the book, actually. I'm about to prove it by the surrounding containers. I agree. Yeah. I didn't use percent except for style and the dynamic sizing. In HTML, no pixels. Okay. Well, it works if you put them. height 300. You're talking about HTML, right? Yeah. So, I mean, you saw me put them, and it still works if you put them in there, by the way. So, as well as 100%, you can put percent as well. But here's the thing: it doesn't make any sense to me to put the percent on here, because I thought the whole point of that was to have your page flow quickly and not reflow after it loads. Well, it can't do that if it still has to figure out how wide the thing is. So I'm just going to stick with height and width when you know it, specifically height, to avoid any pushes in the page or anything. Width as well, actually, if you know it. And if you know it specifically for the image, making sure your images are the right size and starting there, and then adding in the CSS that I have to set the max height and the max size, and to set the width 100% issue in CSS, so that that loads after the fact and it will resize properly. Because if you don't have that, you know, it's gonna mess the page up when it flows. So yeah, max width 100%. Yeah. Crazy. I agree with that one a lot. That's exactly what I would do. Yep. That's perfect. That's perfect. That's a perfect way to write what I was trying to get at. So I think the best practice we're talking about here, and this is great having you guys here, is that you should, let's see. Yeah, you can do it. You should not do it. Right. We should do height and width as pixels. And you should know how big your images are. In a perfect world, you should know how big your images are, and they should be the exact size you want them. You shouldn't be resizing them, but you can, and I do it all the time because it's kind of cheap to do that. But you really should be taking the time to resize the image and make sure it's appearing at what size you want, and then setting max style 100%. Another problem I have with that, though, is that you have to decide whether you're designing your site for a mobile phone or for a computer or something right out of the gate, because you have to decide how big of an image you want. And you know what I'm saying? So let's say I'm, I don't know, if you're working on a site that's big and you want a 600 pixel image, but then you say this is the height and the width. But then when the CSS loads in, it's going to resize anyway, and how quickly that resize happens on the mobile phone is really the question. So it's quite an interesting topic, this whole image resizing. Most of us, 9 out of 10 times, most of us are never going to see this issue at all, because it's going to happen so quickly. We'll be reading right what we're supposed to. But particularly those of us who have lots and lots of images on the page, they might really, really feel this a lot. It's only using height and width and not connecting to style, then you don't use pics. Right. Right, I hear you, Elsie. Brings us back to semantics, doesn't it? It really does. I don't know if you know this, Rob, but Pug.js is decent too for writing HTML-like styles. I don't like it. I commented on it a lot, actually. I have a blog post in 2014 about Pug, which was what was previously Jade. If you're talking about the right one, maybe it's a different one. Max height solves the overflow issue. Okay. Max height and max width, we can talk about that. So I still think Crazy's got the best option here. And we can go from that. Yeah, the timing on mobile. Yeah, the timings on mobile are horrible. And that's, yeah. So that's why I'm Crazy with, or Neverbear. Can you see where I'm coming from on this? It's not as just always put height and width, right? You've got to, first of all, you have to pick an image size that will work at your max resolution that you're planning on. So if you're planning on supporting a full desktop environment, you're planning on supporting pictures that are at least 600, mega or pixels across to display properly. And unless you want to have a different picture for each size, you've got an issue now, because now you're trying to do responsive stuff, and the best way to do that is just resize that bigger picture. Well, when you do the resize, you get issues because height and width are not accurate anymore. They're accurate for the picture itself, but not when it gets resized. I'm sure this is very confusing for everybody else. They're like, what should we put? I think the safe thing to do here is to put height and width if you know it, and always put style max width 100%. Start there, right? And then see what it looks like at different sizes, and then make the adjustments you feel you need to. Yeah, source equals small. Yeah, we're gonna do that. Hi, Crazy. Yeah, and that's actually coming up, and that this is I'm glad we're gonna do this. We haven't talked about this yet, but there actually is a way to say I want different pictures depending on what size I have, and this is not used commonly. But if you're looking for a really optimal performance on your website, this is something to understand. We're going to get to that, but let's not complicate the issue. We just did image tags for the first time. Better than doing lots of options, personal projects, like the crazy suggestion. The tech behind, I think, is not the focus here. Right. Modern web hates me. So many device screen sizes and low and high resolutions. It's true. Keep it simple. Work from there. Do like me. I only work in back end and big scale, which is what I did. I got out of front end. I said, fine, you guys can play with that. I just did back end. I don't want to spend 8 hours a day making 5 versions of my images so they look good on every possible device. I just did not particularly compel me to do that. There's designers who love that stuff though, and this is why you see me, doing the easy thing and just putting the image in there and setting all my images to the same size, because I don't want to have to deal with resizing either. And I just make a rule for myself that says I'm not going to put any images in here that's less than this particular size or something. I really wish I could rewatch the whole video later. Oh wow, product designers love this stuff. They do. I'm doing an app on memes. Wow. Gotta have a function for that. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. And at some point, this is where background, right? Can I just say one last thing on this image thing? This issue that we just discussed about images and the sizing and everything, this is where the slippery slope happens from a document to an app. This is the beginning of it, because you start out wanting to make a really good website and that's readable as a documentation website. And you get to the issue of, well, now I want to put a picture in it. Basic thing. And now all of a sudden you're answering questions about, well, what size do I use? How do I use that? And one of the solutions is, well, you need a script to help change it and detect these things. It's not the best solution, but that's where these questions start to come in. And then you try to add an image or a video, and now you got a video player, right? And at some point, where I'm marked down and publishing, yeah. So at some point, what happens is you get kind of sucked into, well, because I can have multimedia, I can do more things on this, and pretty soon your document starts to look more and more like an app over time. And then eventually you get something that's purely a document that's just an application. And we saw this with Flash too, when it came out, and it's just an application, and then it's not a web page at all anymore. And all the stuff is all nice components. Components have different, if you make yourself a web component, you can say how big this thing should be, what images I should use, at what resolutions, at what widths and heights I can make the whole performance of the component change completely differently. I can make the font different. And so this component idea, even though it's a document component, becomes something that kind of becomes more compelling. And then you end up losing all of the document part of the website. So it's a very slippery slope. And I tend to say, look, if you have to, keep your pages small, first of all. So my solution is, if I'm putting a picture on the page, I want to know exactly how big it is, height and width. I'm going to set a max height. I'm going to stick with low res images that don't take a long time to load, period. Because you don't need them. And I'm also going to break my content up into what I call knowledge nodes, which are tiny, comparatively, they're tiny articles that are not, that somebody else might spread together across a whole big old long page. I keep my pages small, and then those pages can load relatively quickly because of those issues. So I don't have any of those other issues. They're not there. And the reason that I have done it that way is not only is it easier for me to think about it that way as somebody who writes a lot of documentation, but it's also easier to render it. And the tools I use do not currently detect height and width. So, I'm forced to deal with what I have there. And that means a lot of times not putting the image at the very top, or if I do, make sure it's a standard size and that kind of thing. So if your customers keep on uploading raw shots, have it downscaling on arrival. Yeah, and that's a part of the whole process, right? Also, WebP has wide browser support. Feel free to use WebP instead of JPEG. Oh, I didn't know that. That's interesting. That's interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna take a break here too. We're gonna finish the image thing, and then I'm gonna take a break. I didn't realize WebP had wide browser support. Interesting. That's super cool. That's actually a really compelling reason to use WebP. I'll have to research that more. So take note of that, everybody. Let's make sure to research WebP. If WebP takes care of some of these problems with downsizing and it's already built in, yeah, well, that would be the only reason I would look at it, because it doesn't bring anything else new to the table as far as I know. So, JPEG, GIF, and PNG have pretty much covered everything. But if WebP takes care of the problem of width resolutions that we just talked about, if it's already built into the format, that would be a compelling reason to look at it, because it may have taken care of this otherwise complicated question about width and height, which shouldn't be a complicated question. All right, so let's go back to I know that's a lot of talk, but again, this book is meant to promote dialogue about the development process, so hopefully that's okay. It says here, be sure that your pixel dimensions specify the actual dimensions, otherwise you get troubles, and everybody's done this at least once. Let's see, accessible images, alternative text, web content, blah blah blah. All right, and looks like that's the end of the image chapter. So we'll just go down to the bottom here. We've covered many things that are not covered in the book, so I'm really happy we got to do that. And yeah, this is another common thing. Sometimes people will name the images what size they are, and that's helpful. I actually part of a project called the Essential Web I did a long time ago. I made a standard that said if you put the name in the image name, that it would detect that from the image, and then it would put the alt tag in. And I plan to continue to use that in my MemWorks Markdown project, because Markdown misses on a number of these points when rendering HTML. It cannot put the right height and width. So if you have a lot of images, which conceivably you would in Markdown, because some people have image intensive sites who are being punished for using Markdown, and we want to fix that. So that's something that I'm personally interested in fixing. So here you have width and height, and I would add that in this case, you should have style max width 100%. And although, to tell you the truth, you could probably just put that as an overall. Couldn't you just do max width 100% for every image in the style sheet? Yeah, I think you could. Let's try that. One last thing before we go here. Yeah, I think I can get rid of this. So if I have height, I don't know. I guess I have 200 by 400. It's not gonna look good at all. It's gonna like squash it. Watch. I know it is, because I don't know the actual dimensions. So yeah, there you go. See, I squashed it. But we can actually look up, if you view the image, just the image, you can actually look up the height and width. It'll tell you. It's supposed to anyway. Why is it not telling me? I know Chrome does this. Where is it? I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it. Mr. Linus Torvalds. View image info. There we go. Permission Security General. Come on, give me height and width. Viewport. Oh, 520 by 650 pixels. All right, so let's do that. So 520 by 650. Let's pretend like 650. All right, so now I can go back here. Oopsie. Reload, that should look good. That doesn't, that doesn't look right. Why does that not look right? Did I do it wrong? 520. Oh, I know why. Sorry. It like looks all fat. There we go. All right, so now I could probably reduce that if I wanted to, but if I add a style, let's go add a style. You don't know about styles yet, but pretend you do. If you wait, I put him in the assets directory, didn't I? All right, so I can do this. I can say I want all of my images to be 100%. Max what? 100%. I'm thinking that's going to do it. So let's try it with it and without it and see what happens. So here we have it. And now, oh, no worky. That was before I added the style though. Non-responsive. Reload. Please work. Nope. Max width 100%. I mean, I have to put it inside something, I'm thinking. And I wonder if it didn't load my new style sheet. Oh, look at that. It blew it out. Why? Oh, because what? When did I put? I never set max. Oh, I must. Okay. Bad me. I have something someplace else. See the Look, I got burned by cascades, guys. So learn from my mistake. Why did this one win? That's cascading. Cascading means the thing on the bottom of the waterfall wins from over the thing on the top. So that's why I failed. I totally failed. So now it should work. See that? All right. So now all my images, the width is 100%. That's not going to work. I don't know, people. I don't know. I'm almost ready to leave this topic, but I'm not going to do it until I can get a revised way to do this. I like my way of doing it, but I'm exploring other ways using the attributes. I'm not an attributes fan myself. So for this very reason, you could probably use, height. Well, you can probably use VH on this too, right? This is not going to affect anything. It's not going to affect anything. It shouldn't affect anything. Yeah, see, because it's just doing the max width, because that part's not getting squished, and it's not doing it relatively. All right, smart people. I know how my way works. My way works. So far, the other ways don't work. So I'm VH and VW. Right. How's it going, GZ? Max height. I just tried that. Good. What am I trying to do? Well, right now we're just having fun with it. Picture source. Man, I hope picture becomes mainstream. I haven't seen that crazy at all in the wild yet. Yeah, I wonder if it's time to cover. Does the book even cover picture? Or let me write it down. I don't think it does. I don't think the book covers the picture element at all. Uh, has lesser specificity. Yeah. There's aspect ratio now? Too new? That's cool. Height auto. Okay. Yes. What am I thinking? Why did I not think about that? Yes. Height auto. Of course. Of course. I totally forgot about that. I totally, because I use margin auto too. Yeah. If I could figure out how to freaking type. I think you might have it. Yep. That's it. You win. You win the prize. That is definitely the best way to do this. Yeah, we covered figure already, so they're gonna cover figure later. Always a similar way. Aspect ratio, yeah. Haven't I noted the auto thing a few lines above? You might have, Nev. I didn't see it. Sorry. So you both win. I didn't see. Sip some coffee. Yes. So yeah, I use margin auto all the time. So let's recap. So up until this moment, the way that I normally would have done this, and still continue to do it in cases where I don't know width and height, is to set for my images a max width of whatever the width of the page is, max width. And so I'll set so if I don't ever want a picture to be bigger than the 600 pixels, I'll set max width pixels, and I'll do it only in CSS. Now the annoying thing, and I keep my pages small, so there's not a lot of chance that someone's going to be reading and be annoyed by a picture loading. In fact, I don't even use pictures very much. That's how I operate, because Pandoc doesn't do height and width. But if you're working with something that's long, has a lot of content, it makes sense to use what these guys are saying, to use the width and height. Because why? Because it allocates the exact amount of space while it's loading the page. And if it takes a while for that picture to come in, if say you're on a slower internet connection, then you're not going to get jarred by having that picture come in and shove everything down. Okay, but that very rarely happens these days, but it's still good to do it if you know it, height and width. In practical world, you don't always know height and width and ahead of time, particularly for sites that are not as important. But if you're doing like a really highly trafficked site with a lot of content, make sure you know what your height and width is. And this will save you from that reflowing bump. So that's good practice. But if you want your page to be responsive so that when you resize, it looks like as of this moment, the best way to do that is to put it, there's lots of ways. We've gone through like 4 different ones, but it seems that we agree that the best way to do that is to set the max width to 100% and the max height to auto, or vice versa. And what that means is that the picture will load properly and without reflowing. But then if it senses you've been resized, what did I do? Did I do it wrong? I think I did it wrong. What have I done, people? But yeah, so the answer is to set why does it go? Why is that doing it? I have to forget. But just set max width and then max height to auto, and then that should let it resize responsively. If you don't do that, it's not going to be responsive. All right. I think that's enough on that. We're going to come back to images and styles and all that. There's an entire massive section of the book that's just styles. So we'll be revisiting that. But this came up kind of early because we started talking about whether or not to put height and width on the like this as attributes on the HTML, because they're kind of stylistic things, but they're still useful because they prevent the page from jarring you when it has to move, when it loads them. So with that, you guys are welcome to take a break. I'm going to take a break now. I'm going to go ahead and fix whatever remaining problem I have is on this. I still have an issue with mine right here I need to fix. But we know the answer. I just have to get it to take. I don't know why it's not taking my new answer. Why is this getting blown out? You guys are laughing, I know. I can sense it. You're smart. Do not use aspect ratio. Really? It's not supported yet very much, right? Yeah. Uh, maybe oh, it is height auto. What am I saying? Yeah, you're right. It's height auto. Yeah, that's what it was. And then I busted it. You're right. You're right. I think it is height auto. Let's try that. Technically, you don't know about that yet because you haven't learned CSS yet. Yeah, there we go. That was it. So, so once again, to recap, yes, use height and width when you know it, when you know it, to help your page load fast and effectively and easy. But also make sure you have an image max width, 100% height auto as well, so that your site will resize. If you don't have that, here we go. I turned it off, right? You get this. So that looks like the best practice as far as I'm concerned. And she doesn't cover that at that stage in the game because it's it's covered elsewhere. So I think that's the best way to demonstrate that. And just make sure your pictures are the right size going into it, right? Okay, I think it's going to be about time for a break. Let's keep going back down here. Adding SVG images. Yeah, SVG images is a topic all by itself. So I'm going to take a break and we'll come back. We'll talk about SVG images. I think we're pretty close to being done with images, to tell you the truth. SVG are really, really, really important, and I don't want to leave it. They're actually going to, you can actually make an SVG image, right? You can draw. It's super cool. I'm getting sucked into a conversation on this kind of early, but looks like this is a full hour conversation just for SVG, which that's about right. Understanding SVG is really, really critical today for modern web development. All right, a little bit of a break. Talk amongst yourselves, and we'll put you guys up here on the screen. Right now it's 2 o'clock for me. I'm gonna be going till 4 on this particular element. See, artists use BMP. Oh my gosh, really? Like, what's his face? When we get back, I'm gonna eat. So I think it's probably gonna take me 20 minutes. Let me put that up. I'll say back at let's say 2:20 if that's okay. How's that say? How does that? And the clock's down here. I know it's hard to read. My clock's down here. Okay. Bandwidth 2020 about some static pictures. I have to tell you something. Sir Whistle, there's a lot of people that are worried about bandwidth in 2020. Yeah, go look at how many people don't have fast internet connections still. Most of the world, actually. 2021, I mean. Yes, that's true. Better compression. Yeah. It's your bandwidth, right? Yeah. Yep. Interesting. We have 5G. No, we don't. We don't. The civilized world has 5G, if you want to call it that. I don't even like that stupid term. Slow internet, slow phones. Exactly. Anyone. And you know, I suspect that's where all those like 32.6% of all internet traffic is Chrome on Android. What's that about? Where's that coming from? Yeah. Yeah. All right. That's what I'm trying to say, man. They're, yeah. All right. I go eat. I'm going to wait till 220 to start because I told everybody, but I'm going to go see if I can find an SVG. One of my original ones. Oh yeah, we'll talk about that. Not only do they scale, they can be animated. Bum bum bum. Yeah. And you can inline them. Yes, you can. Inline SVGs, that's what I did for the win. Yeah, I don't think she talks about it very much, to tell you the truth. Let me do a new window for this. Again, I'm not really starting yet, guys. Don't worry. I'm going to start at 220 here. I'm trying to find my old site where I animated one. Boop, boop, beep. This is an SVG. I wonder. I wonder. I took it out, so that's I'm trying to add it back here really quick. What am I doing here? My directory. Index.html. Assets image logo. Cell sheet still the same. It's by song audio MPEG. Copy. I wonder how loud it is. Hope it's not too loud. Oh, damn it. Wait. Copy. Yep. Into old main. See what else I can get over here. I think that might be it. Yep. Let's see if that worked. Dang it. It's not there yet. Well, let's try again. Not found. I forgot I put that in my 404. There we go. All right, so turn this off. There we go. Almost in time. I wonder how loud it is. I hope it doesn't blow your ears out. No, the sound's off. My sound is off. Oh, event handler listener, Old Main 169. Yeah, path on 9. It's because I moved it around, so I've got to fix some stuff. E path is undefined. Let E equals target. Add event listener. SVG inline. Now it has actually, if you, it's got a little tweak right here. If you click on it, it's got Easter eggs all over in it, and there's a couple of ones that'll play this like spy song. In fact, I'll play the spy song for you. I hope this isn't too loud. Ah, that was really loud. My heart. I'm so sorry. I am really sorry. I just blew everybody's ears away. And I seriously, my heart just like jumped. I thought okay, I had to get awake anyway. It's pretty nice, huh? Yeah, my stepson made this. I mean, my actual son. I always say stepson. Yeah, my oldest son made this some years ago. We don't really talk much lately, but he does have a Patreon. I found out he's trying to actually has a GoFundMe out there, and since I'm talking about it, I might as well give you a link to it. If anybody wants to help him, I don't know, I'll put it out there. iPhone's eternal speaker. So sorry guys, but yeah, so I wanted him to make something that was kind of like Chuck, and it sounds so much better with headphones. Last time I heard it, it didn't have headphones on. So this was this song that would play when you would go to SkillStack. And since he made it, I'm going to give him full credit. I do have to go look at something in my email here. All right. I just actually just found out about this a little while ago. But yeah, so since I'm playing Nick's music, is SkillStack a Russian website then? No, it is not. Skillstack.io if you want to go check it out. No, it's not. You guys like the Fallout reference? It's pretty good, isn't it? So I kind of want to play that music again. So if you're just joining us, that music is from my old website, which I have kind of messed up, but it used to be. So yeah, welcome back everybody. We're going to talk about SVGs and how fun they are. Yeah. And so this is one of the many songs that he's made for my site, and but it used to be excuse me, that would show, and I spent a little bit of time restoring my old page. This is not nearly done. This is like a long way from done. It's got a lot of old stuff in it. But it used to be if you clicked on this thing here, it would play it, and it's just got a few links that are broke or something. And this actually is anybody. This is why I love SVGs. You can do so much with an SVG. And we're about to enter the section about SVGs. There's actually a bigger section later in the book, but this is just gonna go over it. But somebody was asking what the use of SVGs on the web is, and this is why. This is actually an image here, and as you can see, you can click on it. Yeah, you can make clickable areas within the web page. I won't give it away, but there's a bunch of Easter egg stuff. You can't solve the whole Easter egg game anymore. This used to be the side of the van, and I mean, fun fact here. I'll just throw this out there. I mean, this is all part of my old. I mean, just give you another story. I mean, once upon a time, there was when I started like 7, 8 years ago. There's the van right there. So there it is. Saw this and I thought, is coding a skill? Of course it is, Mixletty. So yeah, somebody saw this. This is my van that I made this wrap for it, and this here is like one of the hints in binary. You know binary now because we learned it last session, and you can figure out what those all are. And somebody actually would still really like to do that. If you want to learn binary and BinHex, sometime last session during the 4 hours in last session, I covered binary and BinHex and all that. So because we're going to cover it again later, but that's where and there'll be a link to it. So this is where this came from. This is the company I used to run. I still run actually. It's just a smaller numbers now. We don't nearly have enough people to fill this. So we got rid of it. Unfortunately, it was sad. It was nice having that. We would go like hack Panera Bread. To be fair, we never actually hacked Panera Bread. Panera Bread's got good security. I just got to say that. They actually have the IP addresses that are separate from each other. Anyway, back to the web development stuff. This was an SVG. So believe it or not, this all has practical relevance. Yeah, it's part of the conversation. So the question is, why would I use an SVG? How's it going, Alka? You want to use an SVG when you want to be able to use it anywhere. So this image is the same as this animated image. They're the same image. They're literally the same image. I'd made it with Illustrator, and then I took out the source code of the image, which I'll show you in a second, and I was able to code stuff to happen with the source code images, including making certain parts of the image clickable, having some of it scale, and this little thing here, and that's, by the way, I don't know if it's going to do it. Oh, actually, I wonder if it's still working. Let's go check. Can you suggest me some JavaScript sources for absolute beginners? We're not onto that yet. The JavaScript way is the one I suggest. Should have just used Flash. No. I want to see if it comes. Oh shoot. So I have a bug in here somewhere. Oh well. When you click on this, it actually tells you what the binary number is, and you can decode the binary, and you can get a little keyword out of there that'll like feed you to the next thing. SVG has been your main occupation for 3 months, Armin. It's really fun to hear. I'm glad you brought that up. SVG is so significant on the web right now that there are careers that just involve animating and coding and creating SVGs for all different sorts of reasons. And so, yeah, this is a really fun thing to make. You're writing an SVG scripting library aimed at beginners. Will you please come let us know when you finish it? I cannot wait. I would love to talk you up, Armin, because it is so much fun to code them. I mean, if you go on the internet and just look for, let's look for animated SVGs. I mean, you'll get blown away with them. Hopefully there's nothing inappropriate. I have no control over the internet. I put that out there. SVG animate without SVG CSS. There's a bunch of them on CodePen as well. Ooh, simple hover animations. Oh, look at these. See these? This is that's cool. This is an animation that shows you what they do. See, they do? Like you can do, the animating like that is actually not that hard. You just have to retrace the same path. Remember I told you like SVG is all about geometry, right? Well, if you do your path right, that's the hard part, is you have to make sure to draw your picture right in the first place. Yeah, no more Fun Awesome. Do you think it is? I mean, it's been Fun Awesome versus SVG for a while. It's going to be interesting to see which one wins on that front. But I think SVG is going to win. I do too. What she's talking about, Elsie's talking about, I assuming a she's a she, is that you only have these minimal graphics that you have here for making icons and stuff. You can use like a font, and then you can put a bunch of those vectors inside of a font, and then load the font one time, and then you have all those things available to you. Or you can load 1 or 2 or 10 SVGs and do it that way. And MVP is ready, but I'm working out inner browser kinks. Yeah, this is a fun rabbit hole. Well, it's, this is, to be fair, this is a rabbit hole, but it's a rabbit hole spawned by the current topic at hand in Jennifer Robbins' book, Learning Web Design, 5th edition. And so let's talk about that. No lesson on adding images to web pages would be complete without an introduction to SVG. And that, I think that kind of sets the tone. SVG is in a really exciting development in the web world because they are graphics and they are a part of the HTML5 standard. They are a part of the standard, people. In fact, I'm going to prove it right now. I'm going to go say, we're going to go look at the standard on WhatWG, and I want to show you the section on SVG, and then we'll get into it. So, whatwg.org. Read this here. Fine, SVG. There we go. MathML is a part of the standard? Why did I not know this? I didn't know it was a part of HTML5. Crap. I hate it. You can do LaTeX to MathML conversion, though. I didn't realize it was part of HTML5. Today I learned something. So, once again, read the doc. No book's going to tell you that. SVG element falls into embedded content, phrasing content, flow content, and palpable content. Get SVG document. Look at that, height, width, embed. It doesn't give you an example here. That's dimension attributes. The document can be this element's content document. This looks like it's just got a JavaScript thing. Returns a document object. Computer type of the resource. I was wondering if the XML specification for SVG is included as a part of HTML5. That's what I'm trying to answer. The semantics of SVG elements are defined by SVG2 and other specifications. There you go. So it has its own specification. That's what I was looking for. All right. So yeah, let's look at that. Scalable vector graphics. Sounds like that's still under W3C. Interesting stuff. So this gets really hairy really fast, and we'll show you an image in the book and everything, but suffice it to say that it is a specification for an XML type of file. We talked about XML really briefly when we talked about structured data, and we're going to hit it pretty hard when we talk about structured data in its own series or video or two when we go through that. So SVGs are these things. They have instructions about how to draw. We're going to look at those instructions today really briefly. Any other comments from y'all? MVP stands for minimum viable product. Yeah. Is making new ground. Yes. Yeah, I did too. Browsers have different defaults. Yes, that's tricky. Yeah. Wow. Good job, guys. You guys, that's what the community is about. Not even kidding. That's why I'm doing it this way, because I would rather have you guys meet each other and set me straight when I make a mistake than just make a bunch of YouTube videos and then read through comments. Yeah, YouTube. Look at this is literally me sipping my coffee, watching you guys do stuff. Somebody's going to complain in the comments like, all this guy does is talk to his people and doesn't learn anything. We don't learn anything. I had somebody say that the other day. I was like, probably not your community then. There's lots of communities out there. If you don't like the way I do mine, yeah. So, oh, I feel redder than usual today. Anyway, it's learning a language by immersion. It kind of is. And yeah, good point. So adding SVG images. All right, so here's how you add them. You add an SVG image just like any other image. You just have .svg on the end, not a problem, right? So we're going to skip that. SVG is an example of an application of XML. I just told you about that. XML is that thing that looks like HTML. In fact, here's a great example of it right here. You can make your own. Ooh, I kind of want to make one. Can I do it? I want to do this. It's hard to draw SVG images from scratch because it's complicated language, right? So I'm gonna cut and paste that because I want to. So there. Here, I'm gonna turn you guys down, but I'll leave you on. Yeah, let's do this. Is fun. This is really fun. This is why I love SVG. You can literally code images. I mean, think about that. That's pretty cool, right? So I want to say hello.svg. You're basically using SVG. You are. They're all vectors. It's not it. Yeah. Yes, make one. It's hard. I use other people's. Please show us. I don't know how to make one. I'm just gonna play with this one. Okay, so we have the rect. So first things first here, guys. You can probably see that we're now dealing with XML, and not to be confused with HTML. You can tell they're related. At one point, they tried to make HTML a derivative of this. If you ever read about XHTML or DHTML or HTML4, all of which are dead, that was an attempt, a very misguided attempt in, for like 5 years there in 2000. It led to the creation of WhatWG because they're like, we're not doing this. And it's really good they are. Yeah. So, but if you're wondering why this looks like HTML, that's why. XML is a derivative of SGML, and so is HTML. So if you were to make the little tree here, you'd have SGML and then you have HTML. But HTML5 is no longer a derivative of HTML. HTML5 also cut the cord there and said, no, we're our own thing. We're going to go our own way. With my library, I fell in love with CSVG. I'm a math guy. Oh, right. You have a DOM for every... Yeah. Oh, wow. Yeah. Document object model is so great. So, I mean, I can imagine if you're into math, you'd probably really love this. Remember that whole thing with attributes? Look at how many attributes are in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 attributes. XML is really, really strict. So you cannot have spaces. It has to be lowercase. You cannot have anything but double quotes. You can never have a tag that does not have a closer. So if you have a self-closing tag, it has to have a slash. You will run into this. HTML equals HTML. HTML5 does not equal HTML. Perfect. That's perfect, Zafida. Thank you for restating that. What are the benefits of editing raw XML data on SVG? Are there any goods on? I don't know. I have never run into one. This is okay. So the SVG that I made, my little animation fun thing. I'm going to go show it again. This little fun thing that I made once upon a time. It took me a weekend or so. This is what I did. I did it in Adobe and an Illustrator, and then I exported. I could have done it in Inkscape, and then I exported it. That was really important, and that got rid of a bunch of the extra crap that's not necessary in there. And then I stripped off all the little pieces of it, and then I embedded it in my HTML. And we're going to see how that's why SVGs are really taking over, because you know that whole thing where you have to have an image tag and load a source and load in another file? You don't need that with SVGs. With SVGs, you can put them right in your HTML, and then it's only one request. You could have 10 images in there, but it would only be one web request. And the SVG content is going to be kind of hard to read and stuff. But as you can see, it's what I did here. I'll show you. I'll go grab one actually. Where's my other one? Here it is. So here's actually what the file looks like that I put the SVG. I'm kind of jumping ahead, but so let me full screen this. So this is the web page I showed you. This one here, it's broken right now because I just resurrected it really quickly, and it's got bugs in it, and I use meta tags. I use these slashes and stuff that are here. That is not something I do. That's something that came from Pandoc, which I'll talk about another day. But so yeah, now you know we got to the image, right? So there's obviously a downside of embedding your images. So because your images are a bunch of mathematical XML, it can get really painful to go through all the things. In fact, I remember when I was doing this, I had to go in and I actually added, I see these IDs. I added IDs and I added port cursor pointer. Down here I added class code because I had to add in tags and classes into the XML elements so that I could refer to them with JavaScript. By the way, you cannot script an SVG unless it is embedded. It can't be included, as far as I know, unless that's changed. You can't like pull it from another file with an IMG tag element and then script it with JavaScript. In order for you to script it with JavaScript, you have to embed it in line, and that's why you see this here, despite the annoyingly large amount of code that this took. So, and then when you do that, you can go in there and start tinkering on it. And I did a lot of research on what, I know I could never tell you how I did it, but I did a lot of research on what values I had to change and scaling and all that stuff. And that's a JavaScript thing. It's kind of out of the scope for this conversation right now, but I still think it's fun. So yeah, let's do this. CSS, I think CSS is great. I would rather use CSS than JavaScript whenever possible. You actually can do that. Yep. Now, I think my particular one is not going to work that way. Well, let's try it. So here, this should actually work. So I should be able to open up this thing and have it. Oh, there we go. How's that? What's hard on CSS? Well, we'll get, when we get to the CSS section, we'll talk about all that. So check that out. That's pretty cool, huh? So my computer already knows that's a picture, and I cut and paste the text in there. I can say, hello there. Hello there. I wonder if I put a break in there, what would it do? Uh-oh. See, this is the thing. It's not, you have to resize everything. It's like pain. Should I try to put a break? Just to prove that this is not HTML, let's do it. Which, by the way, has to be like that if we're going to do it. It's not going to work. I just want to show you it's not going to work. See that? Because it's not HTML. It's XML. And it's XML specifically for pictures. Could I open that in something else? I don't know. Let's try Inkscape. What? All right, give me a second. Bum 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 boo doo 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 doo. Wait a second. Do 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 do. Bum bum bum. Wow, that's a lot of stuff to install. It's almost done. All right, there we go. So do 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 do. What we got? So Inkscape. I love Inkscape. Can I just say, it gets back so many good memories from Inkscape. Hey, Nuffies. And it works for everything too. See, look, now I can fix it. Yeah, I can fix it. I wonder what it's going to do when I save it. Should we see? This is fun. This is fun times. Fun times. Fun times resize. Oops, I'm going to like lock it with control. I should probably put my screen key stuff on. Yeah, so you can see what I'm doing. Wait, is screen key on? No screen key. Wait a second. Dag nabbit. Dag nabbit. It's this so you can know what I'm doing. I mean, because you guys don't know what I'm pushing and stuff. Blah, blah, blah. All right. So, wait, where am I? Where am I? Where am I? Did I kill Inkscape? Ugh, I'm a bad person. Okay. Here we go. Inkscape. Warning. Dagnabbit. That's because I was raised Mormon. I got all these substitute swear words for the real thing. It comes across with the HTML. It can. So that's what we're going to try right here. So first of all, let me resize this baby. Your mom said it? Really? Dagnabbit. Dagnabbit. It's like the prospector. Dagnabbit. I lost my mule down by the creek. I can't even do that accent. Oh, it's very good coffee. Good job, Rob. You just optimized SVG? Ooh, that looks really great. Thank you, Jake. She was a New Yorker. She said Dagnabbit, really? That's very interesting. Here's what's really crazy about this. Look. Oh, it is alphabetical. Yes. There. Can I make it? Can I center it? Let's see if we can center it. Scripts images center as a separate request. Yeah, the browser can only pull in a few at a time. Interesting. It's a PYWA. Ooh. I loves me a good PWA. Corporate logos in Inkscape? Yes. Oh, yeah. Vector is great. Dude, I found my files somewhere. I've got to pull them up. I made an entire sort of Yu-Gi-Oh competitor game where you could make your own cards up because I was sick of my kids' friends in the neighborhood not being able to play Yu-Gi-Oh because they didn't have expensive card decks, and it like angered me. So I said, fine, we're going to make our own card game called Battleforge, and I still have it somewhere. It's so much fun because you can do all your vector images and everything. Of course, I can't remember anything now. This is one of those things that goes out of your head when you don't use it, like everything else. I'm just trying to make it center. Let's try to save it, shall we? So save. Here we go. Save. All right, I'll close it. Close it. And how did it change it? Shall we see? Hello, SVG. Soddy Potty. So that was its original name, in case you're wondering. This is what gets into the really crazy history. Apparently, the original maintainer was literally crazy, and they were terrified that he was going to destroy the source code. So he's Frenchy, if I remember right. I don't know if he was actually crazy. I don't want to get slander lawsuit, but so check it out though. Pearl.org. That's interesting. Didn't know about that one. Creative Commons, DFF. So obviously there's a bunch of extra stuff here that you don't need. And it decided to add all this extra crap that I don't need at all. Transform to image to SVGs. No. So SVGs have to be vector graphics. They have to be made with a graphics tool, or they're written by hand, which we did for fun, which normally you wouldn't do. But look at how much Inkscape added to the size of this file. I mean, you can bet that it did not need to add that much, right? And now it's like this big, huge thing, right? And this is the annoying part about dealing with SVGs. So you don't know how much you can rip out without it stopping working, right? And when you're trying to put it in your page, and it renders a little bit differently, that is not how it showed me in Inkscape. So that's actually kind of the problem with SVGs, is they're not always they're supposed to be really consistent, But when you get messing with them, that's why people are building tools for us to help us out with that, because it's not particularly intuitive. But yeah, so, and I can go ahead and include that on my page. So if I want to, I include it just like a regular one. So I can do image src, hello.svg, just like any other image, right? We'll do alt. Hello there. And should pull out that crap. Oh, I'm gonna go pull that. Is that here? I wonder if it's in here. That's one of the many ones. There are a lot of little helper tools. I might as well go try that one since you mentioned it. So let me just first demonstrate. Well, actually, no. Let me get that since you got a sudo apt install. Yeah, there's SVGs do have it. But they're getting more mainstream. I mean, they've been mainstream for a good year and a half, 2 years now, right? I mean, they've been around forever, but in terms of like putting them in a web page, has really been standardized lately. I mean, if this is a Node app, I'm gonna shoot you. I am. I'm gonna literally shoot you. Anyfly.com. Lots of compatibility issues. Oh, you have to upload a file to it. Well, okay. Browse to the files, recent files, hello.svg. All right, open. I don't mind sending my content to a random website. I know I say that a lot, don't I? I don't ever mean it. That's probably inappropriate. Vecta.io, I don't know about that one. It really took that long? Seriously, did it really take that long? Well, whatever. Download the resulting SVG. Okay, what's that? Save file. This is a cool thing. Watch what happens. So, okay, save file. I'm going to show you something. I'm really proud of this. So, move last. Actually, that wasn't a pick, right? So, move last. Did you see what it did? It went and got the last downloaded thing and moved it into the current directory. All by itself. I didn't have to do anything. So let's see what it pulled out of there, shall we? You like that, right? Here, you can have one. We're going to get into shell scripting and all the reasons that I love shell scripting later at some point. Yeah. So I don't think all the pieces are here. I think you have to have last down and newest and a bunch of them. So that's, it's a script. I wrote that. So it's actually several scripts combined together. And at some point we'll do shell scripting. But I like to kind of show off why I like the shell for even web development, because it's, it's got so much power. Let's see what's different between this result. They don't do fun things though. Universities, sometimes they don't do fun stuff, right? So I'm trying to look at all the differences here. It looks like there's a lot of differences. First of all, let's look at how much difference there is in size, shall we? So the original hello from Inkscape was hello.svg. This is 2K. Holy cow. What? That can't be right. And the result.svg is only 736 bytes. So, and even, I mean, the original before that didn't even have that much in it. Remember berries. So if I watch, I'm going to go up here. I'm going to go back and put the original in here. I feel like I'm on a little bit of a coffee buzz. I'm getting kind of like giddy, but this is fun. I like this. This is how I like to learn. You're kind of along for the ride. I love tinkering to learn. That's my favorite way to learn. It's so much fun. And let's open up below. Is a member berry. It's a South Park reference. Yeah, TM South Park. So yeah. So yeah, you learn by doing. You really do. Okay, so the result thing. Okay, so let me just recap what I did here, so you guys don't. You remember. So ls-lh, yeah, right, LC, and you know, it's a great way to learn. I still, you know what's so sad is that it gets kind of demonized by traditional academia, and they're like, you know, but not all. I mean, there's a lot of you know, traditional academics who actually understand that exploration is the best way to learn, and projects and stuff. Anyway, but yeah, I put that. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I put. Okay, so first of all, I opened hello.svg, and I opened it in Inkscape, and then I added the word there, and it really like shot up the size. So here we go. So look at this. The original result hello.svg is 228. After Inkscape got a hold of it, it was 2 megabytes, and then we put it through that site SVG Minify, and it took it down to 736. Why does that matter? Because we're going to go to the book now. That's how you can include the picture in your page without having to include it like I did here. So let's actually go take a look at that before we move on. So here is our old site. Where is our old site? And if we go back to the main, it's going to watch your eyes. Okay, so there's our hello world, right? And because it's an image, it's guaranteed to be 100%, and we didn't limit the image. So, but gosh, look at how clean it scales. You see that? Right? Pretty clean scaling, huh? In fact, I bet you, watch this. If we go back, this has got a max image on it. Yeah, it's got a max. If that didn't have a max and we went out like this really big, we would be in trouble. Because why? Because it would like be bigger than the source image, and it would cause it to look ugly. So yeah, because it's SVG. SVG can go big and small. It doesn't have any problem. And so yeah. Pixelate this, but this doesn't. I can put this on my car or my van, right? And it would still, yeah, because I want a fuchsia hello sign on my van. Why not? However, what you can also do here is this. Watch closely. I'm going to do a magic trick. You see that? Now that's the actual source code. A little bit more coffee before it gets too cold. What do you think it's going to do? Well, let's go find out. Oh my gosh. It's the same picture, people. And I didn't even have to load it. So I didn't get an extra file download. See here? That file downloaded there, right? It always tries to get Favicon, can't find it. That's a fail, but that's normal. Everything else, it's like it got a hello.svg, which was a redirect apparently. So, oh look, it was cached. It pulled it out of cache. Got to check every pixel. Pixelate. So watch, if I make this a comment again, now it's gonna be even faster. Ronco's SVG images, get yours now. I mean, look at that. Boom. It didn't even have to request from the cache. So the other one was still pretty fast because it pulled it out of the cache, like we talked, and it said over here cache, right? But this one didn't have to do it because why? Because it's already in the HTML. And there's where the magic comes. So we can actually, I don't remember the commands to do it. So this is where I kind of want to remember my JavaScript commands. But you can change like the background type and everything and give it an, oh, look, the fill is purple. We could change the fill. I wonder if how can we do that? I don't remember how to do it. It does. It makes your HTML really messy. Yep. So this is the kind of thing you won't see people doing unless they're making an application. If they're making an application, they'll do this kind of stuff. If you're more, remember that doc and app kind of distinction, please keep that in mind. If you're building an application that's going to have animated SVGs and it's going to have a bunch of other stuff in there, good chance you're going to be messing that whole thing up anyway, so it's not really human readable. And you're probably going to add a build process to your whole thing, so that the resulting files are more like what you would see with the PDF. When you were to open it up, you don't really do anything with that. You use the tool to edit it and mess with it. So once again, the more your web content is on the application side, the less readable the HTML and everything that results is going to be. And that's fine because you're thinking about performance. Links just ignores them all. Yeah, watch. So if I do links, localhost 8000. Yep, it just ignores them. It don't care one bit about that. No. So yeah, and that's fine. That's the reason I don't. Did you, by the way, see how fast it opened in links? Yeah, I mean even faster than the web browser on the same computer. It's just so fast because it doesn't have to load any images at all. All right, so I think it's probably time to go to the book. I'm pretty sure we covered everything in the book on this section in a kind of a more fun way, but let's just go through it. So here's the image that we put in there, and we messed with it. It doesn't look like that because I've inverted the colors, but significant advantages. And we already talked about all these things. It says what to draw, it scales, it's crisp, it integrates well, it can be scripted, they can be animated, they can be changed with how they look with style sheets. I should probably show you that. I think you can. Let's try. I'm going to try. This doesn't work right off the bat. It means I've got to look up the CSS for this, but we should be able to do. Is it image something SVG? I don't want to do that. I don't remember it. I think it's my extended are not very good. I think it's src equals flat.svg. I don't know. I could give it an ID actually if I want to do it that way. An ID. Yeah, you can do it with get element, right? But set attribute namespace, right? I think I could also change it here just directly. You can change it with just plain old CSS too. Yeah, I think let me just I wasn't planning on doing this, but it's a good memory. CSS selector for SVG. It's going to be or for with suffix. So we haven't done CSS yet, so just turn this off for a second. CSS value. Is it the dollar? Is dollar the one that does select inside? Can't remember. I have to look this up every time. You see select selectors. Attributes. It's definitely the attribute selector. Class attribute. Do. Display block. Div flavor. Target. Yes, but what is the target? Attribute equals value. I want to have a partial value. There it is. The element that contains a specific string with the below example. Right here, I'm styling. That will work, but that's not the one. I want the one that says the suffix. That says contains. We want the one that says ends with, starting with, ends with. Yes, it is dollar. Huzzah. Links to the rescue. So we can do this. I love the new CSS selectors. They are so cool. So yeah, let's see if this works. I'm just going to turn off the image if this works, just to prove that it's working. Well, this isn't being included anymore, right? So we already, so that's a problem because it's only the ones that are image attributes. So I have another way to do this. If I'm losing you, I'm sorry. So SVG. How about that? So all the SVGs. What should we do? Display. No, let's do. Yeah, let's just turn it off for now. So didn't turn it off. Dag nabbit. I don't think it's matching. This is I don't know if this is gonna work. Fill cyan. I don't know if this is gonna work. Apparently it didn't work. How about this? Background. Is it? Nope. Well, we will learn together. I don't remember. I'm kind of shooting in the dark. I was debating about whether I should do this at all. You know what we could do? We can inspect the element directly. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Yep. See, there we go. Okay, let's do this. This is much easier. Fill. It tells me everything I can do, right? Alice Blue. Why is that working? I wonder why it's not working. Is it part of Rect? Is it? Do you think it's part of Rect? Oh wait, it did purple. This is doing purple. Why? Oh, wait. It's SVG Rect that I have to fill. Yeah, SVG. It's not dot rect, is it? I bet it's rect like this, right? Yes, we did it. We did it. So, as someone was saying, you can. So that's what guy had wrong. I wanted to make all the get wrecked. And of course you can script that, right? So yeah, you know, everybody, we used to always dream of images that we could script, and you can now. You can script anything on the images, even just with CSS. You can change the colors. So so to do this right, we would do rect, and then this would be, what we say, fill. Yeah. So fill, and you notice how what I thought was really cool is that the inspector even helped me pick out the right names for everything. So I don't have to, I don't have to go look them all up and get it all down. Now when I reload, it'll just always be this. It should be anyway. Why are you not working? What did I do wrong? I did something wrong. It's not working. Anyway, the way that our friend there was mentioning is through JavaScript. I was just trying to show you can do it through CSS. White text on black that says get wrecked. Yeah, you could make that. That would be a thing. We should add it to our many things. Get wrecked. It's not finding it. Did I not reload? I'm mad. I'm actually getting mad now. Do I have a repo of these things? Yes, I will. Get wrecked. That could go very badly. Fill Alice Blue. Oh my goodness. We don't want that. No one wants that. No one wants that. Cyan, my good friend Cyan. I make everything cyan when I want to see whether my selectors are working. I make it cyan because it's so weird to see. There's something that is making me unhappy in here, and I think it's this. So I'm going to try that. Ugh. Why isn't it working? It's almost like it's not seeing this dial. Oh, I'm saving, yeah. I better be. Oh boy. LC. Oh my goodness. Yep. Can we marquee the SVG though? Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Watch. I know you want to. Let's do it. Marquee. Oh. I dare you to do this on a test for your schools that teach you about this stuff. Can we marquee the SVG? You don't even need transform. You could definitely do a transform on it, Armin. That's the proper way to do it. Stop teaching us the proper way when we can do it the broken way that's been deprecated. Marquees, don't use marquee. If you use a marquee, you didn't hear me tell you to use it because it's not supported. Neither is Blink. They rip Blink out with reckless abandon. They're like, we don't care if you're using Blink. But you can still do a transform, yeah. The mystery remains as to why my styles are not being picked up. I am going to blame caching, but I do not know that. We'll type all caps and all code. You guys ruined my key for us younglings. Yes, we really did. I mean, it was, I wish you could turn the speed up. If you do a transition, you can turn the speed up. You can make it. So yeah. So yeah, apparently even an inline SVG can be marqueed. Who knew? Don't try this at home. Or in school, more importantly. Hey, Miss So-and-so, look what I made. This was on a test. Marquee was on a test in 2019. I had somebody in my private mentor community who missed a question on a test because they did not know marquee. True story. True story. In 2019, because the school system is that far behind. Yep. So ID class attributes on the rect. That is cheating. I know that's the right way to do it, crazy, but I think I just proved that you can watch. So tell me what's going on here, smart people. So when I click on plus down here, first of all, oh no, it's moving. I'm going to have to hit a moving target. All right. So rect, right? Bold marquee, SVG rect. And I click a plus and I have a rect down here. Watch. This is how I know that I'm doing it right. I think. You know what? I'm going to guess that because my style sheet is loaded. Well, I answer my own question. And boy, do I feel stupid. I feel stupid. All right. Who's smarter than me? All of you. You're all smarter than me. I'm sure none of you would have made a mistake. Why is my style sheet not showing? All right. Here's your chance to be right and show how stupid I am. So this is the file I've been changing this whole time. Here it is. Nice and happy. All right. So you professionals, like, take a break. Let's let the beginners answer this. Why is my style not showing up? Why is my style not showing up? What's missing from my webpage? This is the whole webpage, by the way. I did this is just like a really, really fast webpage. It's not a real webpage. I'm missing lots of stuff. What specifically am I missing that's keeping my styles from showing? Yeah, you guys see it now? Yeah, I put together something really fast. I'm like, why is my style not working? Why is my style not working? Well, because I don't have a style sheet. That's what's working. So, and by the way, I don't need header or any of that stuff, which I should have. I'm being a very bad example right now. Yep, Jason got it. So ref equals No, rel, sorry. It's so much more fun when you get to see me make mistakes. I've learned through the 8 years that people love watching me do stuff in live and screw up. It's like particularly when I have people that are younger than me, when I screw things up and I say, okay, what I do wrong, and they're like, they love it. Mr. Rob makes mistakes. You bet I do. So, rel equals spread. I literally was gonna type spreadsheet, style sheet, and then what? I'm just giving you a chance. I'm pausing for effect so you can see what it goes here. So it's like rel equals style sheet, and then what? And then we have, where does it live? Is it href or src? I always screw that up too, by the way. Always. Assets. Nothing works on the first try. Exactly. Styles.css. Now, if I did this right, and I reload, it should be cyan on a nice green background. There we go. We haven't even read anything from the book on this chapter, but I think we just covered everything. Much more fun this way, though. So let's go read the book. How about that? Because the book is the thing that we need to read, because we just want to make sure we didn't miss anything. There's our hello. We put one in. We embedded it. We talked about XML. We did embed with the image. Embedded is not really. Look, it says embed, which is fine, but I don't like that wording, because we embedded it. We embedded it with the SVG tags. That's really embedding. This approach works fine if it's a standalone, blah, blah, blah. Goes without saying. Browser support. Good news is that all modern browsers support SVG. Two notable exceptions are Internet Explorer version 8 and earlier, and the Internet Android browser prior to version 3. That's how old this book is. As of this writing, users with this browsers may still show up in small but significant numbers. No, don't. And this was written in when? 2015? No, this was written in 2016. 2016 or 18. Web time though. Web time is insane. Web time goes so fast. You might have to add one to your server to get the proper MIME type. Not if you use the right suffix these days. Inline in HTML source. So, yay. So I remember, yeah, here's how you do it. So there's one. I don't even know what's, oh, this must be a pizza or something. I think this is a pizza. That would be fun, but we're not going to do it. You can do that one. That will be your one. Go there and like copy and paste that and put that one into yours. Hey, look, there's a pizza. An inline pizza. Good stuff. Good stuff, Jen. Embedded with the object element. I've never done this. Why would you do this? No. Don't do that. Why would you do that? Someone tell me that there's no reason to do this. Blue and purple pizza. Hidden tag where the text color equals background color. Yes. We could also do that. That's a great idea. My JS loaded before some HTML so I could interact with it. Oh, yeah. That's been fixed a lot now. You saw there's like the new sync stuff and the JavaScript loading. We'll get there. That's a big thing though. So yeah, let me just go back to the book. I've never seen this in the wild. And I'm going to make a guess that that's not common. Well, I know it's not common because the object tag element wasn't even listed on the common elements page that we looked at before. So, well, SVG requires Nafiz, so this is something I actually can answer for you. XML requires the definition of a namespace. And that is what allows all of these elements to not conflict. That's actually a part of XML. So XML is this generic way of, specifying things and elements and stuff. And so in order to allow everybody to use their own naming of any kind, including like somebody else has rect as well as SVG, right? Then they require you to specify a namespace. In fact, if you look at the doc type headers, and sometimes some of the other attributes in old web pages, you'll see XML and S because it's required to say, okay, all of the elements within this space are complying with this namespace to keep everything from running into each other. So it's just a formality at this point. You should just probably put that in everything. I imagine there's probably a new SVG besides 2000. I don't know, but that would be good to look for. I mean, we should probably look that up, but you can look that up on your own. That one will definitely work though. I don't know why you would use an object. I've never used this. If anybody can think of a reason to use an object, let me know. If size of multiples of 8. Yeah, right. Much smaller. That's a good tip. It's not actually a URL. Yeah, this is a URI. What's the difference between a URL and a URI again? Yeah, this is a URI. Yeah, object was, yeah, it was, I've never seen object used. So I just ignore that. So, I keep finding, I would say so far, probably 30% of the content we've covered is like really old to the point where it would hurt you if you didn't know better. I'm really conflicted on this book this time around. I mean, it's been holding its stage pretty well, but it's kind of losing it. Turns you into an object-oriented person. Haha. It ruins you. Here we go. Other techniques for adding them are embed an iframe. Right. Pros and cons. The main advantage of embedded SVGs with object element is that they can be scripted and load external files. Scripts to access the HTML parent document. Yeah, I've never seen that. And that would more likely show up in a component these days. So yeah, I could be really wrong on that. If I am, somebody can correct me in the comments or something. Use a background image with CSS. Oh, this is just like a thing. Okay, so I mean, I know Jen had to go through all of the uses of images without teaching CSS, but I'm sort of frustrated because at this point you could almost learn CSS from all of the little snippets we've been doing. So I think it might have been better to have a minimal lesson of HTML and a minimal lesson of CSS up front, because here we go. Here's another example of a CSS header, right? It's just an observation. It's not really a critique. But this just shows you that you can make an image your background. Okay. And people do this all the time, particularly now. They'll use a div and they'll put the image as the background. And they use this all the time. Sometimes people will do that to just make squares or circles or something. They'll just adjust the border parameters of a div and play around with it and put a picture in there. So yeah, how's it going, Quint? I might try them out later. Yeah. All right. So SVG fallbacks. No, you don't need fallbacks. Just don't even bother. Everything supports SVG. You want me to prove it? I'm going to prove it. Can I use? Where do we go, people? Where do we go, chat? I hate it when people talk to the chat like that. What's up, chat? What do you think, chat? I like people better. That's just me. Can I has. Why didn't they put can I has instead of can I use? I think we should make a can I has version of can I use that's much more entertaining. Can I has. What? I don't remember now. It's SVG. Can I has SVG. Basic support for SVG 1.1 is in everything, including IE, since 2013. So let's just agree to throw that entire section of the book out. You don't need a fallback. Everything supports it. Every graphics one supports it. Where's your mods? Oh, hey, Moshi. Can I eat SVG? Can I eat chats meow? Yeah, I'm getting loopy. It's probably time for me to quit pretty soon. Have you noticed? I've noticed a pattern. It's like I'm kind of slow when the sessions start, but by 3 o'clock, I'm like really starting to get loopy and silly. Whatever. Okay, here's your picture. Here's your precious picture. And I think this might be something worth looking at. And I okay, so I'm sorry. I didn't mean to throw out picture with the bathwater there. As mentioned earlier, all modern browsers support SVGs. However, if your server logs show significant traffic from Internet Explorer 8, if they do, you were in a time machine. You went back like 5 years. Responsive image markup. The picture element can be used to provide several versions of an image in different formats. And this is not specifically about SVG fallback. This is more about creating resolutions for different situations. And that's something I think we should probably talk about. The picture element has a built-in fallback mechanism. If the browser doesn't support the suggested source file, or if it does not support the picture element, users will see PNG image provided with the good old IMG element instead. So, that's fine. You know what? I'd be curious to find out. I haven't tested this before. Does anybody know? I wonder if there is the alt text would be my fallback. If I'm using links, I'm wondering if it would give me a fallback. This is not, I want to read about, I think they cover the picture element later, but because it's very complicated, but you can set up so that you can have we went through an hour of discussion about how to set up different widths and resolutions of images and stuff like that. And the picture tag really comes in here. And I kind of blew past that conversation because we hadn't really hit it yet when somebody brought it up, but we do need to come back to that. I hope they cover picture all by themselves. But I guess that's just to show you that you can use the picture element as a fallback. JavaScript support, complete guide to SVG fallbacks. I don't think you need to have that much. Chris Coyer is awesome, though. Anything he's written would be awesome. So that's it. That's SVG. I've had a feeling. We did all this stuff. We added height and width to the tags. We played around with it. Yeah, and this is just suggesting what to do with all this stuff from the book if you want to do that. Again, you don't have to use the book. Eric, she straight up gives you the CSS, even though there hasn't been any coverage of CSS at all. And I don't like that, but it is what it is. There you go. Look at that. Oh, that's an SVG. Never mind. So the SVG tag with the height and width stuff in there. Adding icons. So that's the exercise. Are we still on images? How much more we got for images? What time is it? We might be able to do that. WebP fallback. Yeah, I was thinking that might be the way to go. Nighttime giggles. In a console-only environment. Yeah. Dude, it's a terminal for the win, man. Yeah, picture with WebP and JPEG fallback. Yeah, I think that's probably what I would do. I agree with that. I like that. That's a lot of work for something that you might want to have automatically generated. I don't know. It just depends. If you're building an app, though, again, if you're building an application that's going to be dealing with lots of pictures and stuff, that makes a lot of sense. I'm so stuck in documentation brain that I don't think about web applications as much. I mean like use of web applications. So this is good for me to think like an app developer. How it works. Responsive images, we talked about that already. We talked about resizing. We played a lot with max width. this high density descriptor stuff is what we used to do a lot. God, is she really going to talk about device pixel ratios? That is not a beginner topic. I really don't want to cover that. Please tell me she doesn't go into it. She does. All right. Do we need to talk about that? Because I don't think that's a thing anymore. You guys think it is? Can I use from an excellent text-only curlable web API? Oh, there's a bunch of them. I can has dad joke. Really? That's nice. I can has dad joke. That's super cool. You're going to make me do that right now, aren't you? Does it have a redirect? Curl. Do -L for redirect. That's just how I roll. Oh gosh. React Server Components Facebook recently introduced. That terrifies me. Don't you dare mention that again. Her book, we can't use her as a template because it's proprietary, it's copyright. But there's a lot of content out there, and I do have it on the list for us to make a simpler version. And you know, I don't want to redo everything. I don't. I would rather use stuff that's out there and support authors that are out there. And so the devices. Okay, I have to read this to you, but this is so freaking annoying. This is one of the most annoying things Apple did to the web world. They changed pixels. They changed pixels. Yeah, I mean, if I did something, it would cover all the same, it would actually not, it would be, I'm convinced now it would be very, very different book, because I would not approach this order at all. My order would be different. But I would cover some of the things that I really like that she covers. So along comes Apple and decides to mess with pixels. Yep. And then they started to say, if you said it was 600 pixels, it didn't work anymore because their pixels were different than everybody else's pixels. And so you get this stupid pixel ratio problem. And this has been one of the biggest annoyances of the modern web that they've added. And I want to say they've fixed this, but I haven't checked in on this topic in a while. So if we have anybody out there who's been looking into this, let me know. It should come as no surprise that it's not straightforward. Manufacturers have been pushing screen resolutions higher and higher. So you have Apple's Retina screen, which just screws everything up. And then what you start to get is these other measurements called VH and VW, which is like view screen within height, elements, which are equivalent to in some cases 2 or 3 pixels versus like 1 pixel. It's just so nuts. It's nuts. You just don't even know what you're getting anymore. Which is one of the reasons, by the way, you should probably stick with relative sizes. But we haven't even talked about sizes yet. So I don't know why this is here. I really don't know why this is here. You guys don't even know what a measurement is. We've just briefly talked about even what a pixel is. I really think this section is misplaced, and I really want to skip it because we haven't even talked about it. Difference, yeah. So, right. You shouldn't be using pixels for positioning, and you shouldn't. You should, and that's why I still think you should use relative positioning. But then even the relative positioning is off because an REM. See, look, the part that's frustrating me right now is we just got pulled, sort of dragged into a conversation about measurement elements, measurement units of measurement, and we haven't even talked about CSS yet. Units of measurement are specifically a CSS thing, and they don't have any business being in the HTML section of this book. And I am really kind of triggered that I have to even mention this because this has no business being here. So to compensate, you use reference pixels, blah, blah, blah. We had to kind of talk about it because we had to talk about the height and width thing, right? So once again, remember when we did this may be why she's doing this, is because we had to talk about IMG, remember, and we had that huge rabbit hole about width and height, whether we should use it or not, whether we should put px at the end, or whether we should not do that. Well, does width and height use pixels? Well, what pixels does it use? It's not relative. It's just a mess. It's a total mess, and I don't. It just confuses beginners. Yeah, and so. But the only, I'm going to give her benefit of the doubt, and I think the reason that she had to pull this in is because when we did the IMG tag, we had to put width equals and height equals, and she made a big deal, rightfully so, about pages loading properly because you've given the hint about how big the picture is, so it can draw the text in the right place before styles ever come into play later, and for that reason, maybe she feels inclined to talk about device pixel ratios here, but this is not a beginner topic at all. This is like a high-end design topic that's going to confuse the crap out of all beginners. So I'm going to get past it. Just so you know, devices have a different idea of what a pixel is, and that's why you shouldn't use pixels. The ratio of the number. Here we go. So this I almost don't even want to talk to you about this, but this does show you why they're different. So CSS pixels are different than actual pixels. They're different than device pixels. Introducing source set. Okay, so this might help. We now have a way to serve large images just to the browsers on displays that benefit from them. We do it using the new src set attribute with our old friend, the image element. So somebody mentioned this already. I'm glad this is coming up again. Source src set allows developers to specify a list of images with options for the browser to choose from, depending on how big they are. Is a common separated list of options. Each item in it list has two parts: the URL of the image and the X descriptor that specifies the device pixel ratio. And now we know why she had to talk about pixel ratios. For some reason, I was thinking that was like a media query kind of thing, but it's not. So if you want to get this right, you should say, and there's your example, right? I have an image for this pixel size and an image for this pixel size and an image for this pixel size. I'm going to scream through this. If you want to read through this, fine. But I told you, this is a beginner boost. And that means that the expectation is you're just learning the minimum HTML and CSS for you to be productive in writing your own papers for school, for you to like make little websites for your favorite organization or club, and for writing your own blog and keep tracking your own knowledge and stuff. So we're not gonna skip it completely, but we're gonna go through this assuming that this is unnecessary for that particular use case. Just know this is a thing, and if you want to dive into it and you really want to get that pixel perfect on your websites and all of its applications, then just know that this is here and you're going to need to come back, because I don't want to waste time on it. I've never ever used any of this stuff and I've been fine. And I've done sites for all kinds of people and places that I mean, at least we didn't get problems. Let's see. Any other comments? It frustrates everyone. I write JavaScript Webpack bundles it for me. Some view temples with my HTML written in Pug because I don't want to close my tags. Yeah, that's how I started. That's what brought me into Pug too for a while. Crazy. Different devices have a different idea about what pixels are. Retina display. We talked about that. PX first started when I started using %, and now I use a percentage %, VH, VW, RAM, and EM. So we are not supposed to be talking about measurement units right now. We are still in HTML, but I'm going to talk about it anyway because we got sucked into it. You should not be using any measurement units but relative units, except, from what I remember, the minor exception when using media queries. Media queries have a different idea about relative units, and they tend to work better with the PX units. So we're going to come back to that. I don't use Sass. I use CSS variables. Me too. Again, this is not, the beginners are like, why are we talking about this? Because we got kind of pulled into it. To be honest, if you want elements to be pixel perfect in placement, then you're probably using HTML the wrong way. I completely, totally agree with that. I could not agree more, which is why I think the conversation about getting this the way that is a little bit dated, frankly. Mac on a 2x Retina display may download an image that's this big. When to use X descriptors with no regard for dimensions of the screen or viewport. X selectors are best used for images of the same pixel dimension, regardless of the screen size, such as low social media badges. All right, so W descriptor, viewports. I mean, this is the one that was somebody mentioned earlier that kind of helps you know these things. I personally, I don't. Can someone confirm for me? I think that all of this SRC set stuff predates viewport. The size of the viewport. I'm pretty sure you can accomplish these same things using viewport elements. But again, this is all CSS stuff. There's no business being here. When a browser downloads, okay, using the size attribute. Sizes, oh, this is yet another thing you can do. There you go. So there's your 100 VW, right? There's got to be a better way to go through that. I don't remember all this stuff being here last time I read through this. I wonder if I just skipped it the first time too. We have, before we can even talk about all this stuff, we have to talk to you about what a viewport is. And that needs like a half an hour conversation about how measurements and viewport are broken up before we can even talk about that. And that includes a conversation about relative element measurements and basically an hour conversation about just measurement units, period. So I'm kind of going through this fast because I plan on coming back and talking about measurement units when we hit that, when we talk about CSS. All right, so you can come back and talk about this if you want. It's kind of cool. There you go. In this example, sizes to fill the viewport using viewport widths unit, the most common unit for sizes attributes so the browser can pick the best image for the job. Well, we haven't talked about units at all. Yeah, 100 VW is 100%. Yeah, and VW, somebody mentioned VW and VH earlier, so just so you know, VW and VH are the answer to the problem about pixels being different. So, and they are roughly related to the percentages that people used to use. So somebody mentioned again in the chat that these days they'd use either percentages or VH and VW, and that's a safe way to do that. And then of course to use REM or EM, which are, you know, relative units as opposed to, you just don't use the PX unit at all. There's a lot of designers who would say that today, that you should never even use the PX unit at all because of all the problems it has. But again, we're getting sucked into conversation about units, and I blame the book on this one. And I'm going to finish this whole book. We're going to go through it, but I don't think I'm going to use this book again at this point, because this is just, it's not a beginner book, and it's not organized well. I mean, it covers important things, but it should not be pulling us into this conversation right now. You guys are not ready for it. Okay, so how's it going? Hey, Armin. Yeah, you can do both. If you want to do YouTube is fine. I'm going to make YouTube look better later. Those are current. Source set is recommended, or picture. Source set and picture are recommended. Okay, great. And we can come back to that, but crazy, what I want to know is how can we have covered that without covering units? You know what I mean? I'm going to take a moment here. I know it's 3:40 and we're kind of wrapping up here, but this is what I'm going to propose. I'm going to propose a 2-cycle approach to this, where we hit basic HTML and CSS, okay, including units, and then we circle back and cover basic we cover HTML attributes and stuff, and then we hit CSS again. So, for example, we cover maybe that the image thing exists, and here's how big it is, you know, in pixels, and then we come back and we say, okay, now remember that when we said about the pixels and it was just an image? Well, maybe we want to add these other things. We covered a picture element, but you need the styling. Well, right. But this is where the IMG. I really think that the IMG tag is what's messing all of this up. Because if you're going to cover the IM cheat tag properly, you also have to cover the picture tag element, and that pulls everything in. It pulls resolution in. It pulls the whole conversation about images in completely. If I were going to teach this, and this is the way I have taught it actually, making notice reminder to get wrecked in your repos of things. Yeah. Yeah. And so what I'm saying is that the first round through this, I'm really seeing the significance of, actually, I know exactly what we're going to do. I'm sorry. I'm kind of thinking out loud here, but the first round, the only HTML and CSS I'm going to cover is everything that can be generated through Markdown. The end. This stuff sucks. Yeah. I'm sorry, guys, but that's it. I'm only going to cover basic HTML and CSS that would result from basic use of Pandoc Markdown. Tables, inlines, and images and all that. And so the only knowledge that you have is enough for you to understand what gets rendered from a Markdown conversion. And then we'll come back and fill in the gaps and say, okay, now this is probably not the best use of an image here. If you're making it an actual site and not just, some static generated thing, you need to know these other things. And then we'll layer on the extra stuff on top, because I think we're getting pulled down. I think what's happening is I think we're getting pulled down into, like, the picture, for example, the picture element. Beginners don't need to know the picture element. If you're going to make a permanent site that is not just like a paper for school or something, then I think using the picture element really makes a big deal. But if you are, if you're just trying to get the minimum necessary for a profile page or, something like that, I think I disagree with going into it to this level of depth. But we're going to go through the books nonetheless, and we'll keep doing that. All right. So thanks for that little sidetrack. This just exhausts me thinking about making all of these different versions of this image. I know that you need to do this if this image is going to be accessed millions of times on, different target platforms by that millions of people all over the world. And that's important to know that. But, I don't know if it's as important as just knowing to make a source that's reasonable size and have an alt tag and use a height and width when you can. The size tells the browser to fill 100% of the width. Max width. Man, it even has media queries in there. See, these are media queries, and look, they use pixels after all. See? Yeah. All right, we are not covering that. If you guys want to read that, you can. I don't believe that's beginner material at all, and this book is not. I mean, it's a good beginner book, but it takes you a little bit past to beginners. So, art direction, picture element. Okay, so I want to cover the picture element well. So I don't know if I want to skip it. Dude, people don't even know what these things are. So, yeah, this is all picture element stuff. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I think we need to cover a picture. What do you think? I mean, I think we need to cover a picture. Look, the picture was never even used. I do think we need to cover a picture. Scriptable from JS is good as well. You're right. You are confused by the need for 3 languages, right? Yeah, imagine get to write a new book. Well, I hope so. I think we need a simpler book. You want to know why I don't think picture is critical to learn? You're gonna be mad at me. But if you go back to, what is it? Advanced web ranking.html. You want to see how many times that you see the picture element used? Of course, it's not used very much, right? I mean, it's not in here at all. It doesn't even show up. So that doesn't mean you shouldn't use it. It's just, these are the things you need to learn. You need to learn the stuff that's in here that gets used all the time. you know, figure is in here. Figure gets used, right? But and again, this is a sampling of top 20 Google search results, and it gives you a summary of all the stuff that's used on those, and that can kind of help give you. I mean, it doesn't mean that it's right that people aren't using the picture element. It just means that you're not going to encounter it a lot, and you're most likely not going to be asked to do it unless you're, you know, working with a specific need for it. So that's why I'm having a hard time bringing myself to go through the whole thing. Yeah, there's lots and lots of div tags. So what we could do, we could crowdsource a book. Yeah, we could crowdsource a book on that's how Eloquent JavaScript got written. Yep. And make it like really simple. Anyway, so okay, so art direction. So far, we've looked at image selection based on the resolution of the screen and the size of the viewport. In both of these scenarios, the content of the image does not change, but merely resizes. Right. But sometimes resizing isn't enough. And this is when you have to have, we talked about this earlier, about probably 2 hours ago. Occasionally, like if you have a mobile phone or you have like a huge screen, you don't necessarily want to load a huge picture and resize it all the way down, right? And so you want to have different actual picture sources. And it's harder to maintain this, right, for sure, because you have to split them all up, right? So here's the example. And in which case, so this is a really good example. So let's say that you have a phone that has a 4:1 ratio that's small, and you have a watch, and then you have another phone that's got a big one like this, and then you have, so there might be a situation where you want multiple different images, and that's where picture comes in. Art direction-based selection, and is accomplished by the picture element. The picture element has no attributes. It's just a wrapper for a bunch of other stuff with using the source element. And I have very little experience with this, but I think it's worth reading. Source media. So this tells you if the media is a minimum width of 1024 pixels, that means 1024 or bigger, then use this picture. And then it says if it is, and if it's not, so let's say it's 1023 pixels, then it does the next one. Well, is it bigger than 760? Yes. Okay, use this one then. And it kind of cascades through. And if it's not, if it's 759, then what? Then this one, both of these fail, and this one kicks in, and so it uses this IMG. And then it says that's the one it's going to use. All right, and then this example tells the browser that the viewport, basically that's same thing I just told you. So this is one of those cases where I told you that we're not supposed to be designing for iPhone, iPad, and Chrome. No, we're supposed to be designing for everything. And the way you do that is by ensuring that you test everything at every possible width constantly. And the best way to do that, I think, you can do it by obviously having a device or two is the best way. But if you just do this and say, oh, it looks really crappy at that width or this width, you don't have to really think about what device is being represented by that width. When you do that, you can just make it look good everywhere. And then you don't even have to worry about the breakpoints that are sort of decided here with these three things. Now, you may want to find some size that does good with a given product like this, because the image might be a completely different image. You can actually detect aspect ratio too, but I don't think that's very popular yet. You can detect whether it's on its side too. It's another thing you can detect. Let's see, TypeScript, a neural network. Ooh, Semantic web, replace div tags with header. Agreed, crazy. I totally agree. We hit that really hard on like 3 sessions ago. We hit semantic web. We talked about div soup and all that. All right, so we're making progress and getting close to our deadline, my deadline here. IMG, the alt tag, always use it. Art direction is the primary use of the picture element, but let's look at one more thing. I can see the art direction picture stuff being important for something like what my wife would do. So my wife, the quality of the image is really, really important because she's an artist. And that's the kind of thing you just do not want to mess around with any sort of, resizing or subsampling or any of the, the things that could go wrong if you don't give real attention to how stuff appears. So for a professional web developer who's going to be doing stuff for, say an artist blog, I could see really, really, really memorizing and learning all this stuff really well. Most web developers out there where it's like everybody just expects you to know basic web design do not know this stuff. And I guarantee you they don't learn it in school, because I've had so many people go through school and never once learn any of these extras. They learn the marquee tag, but not the picture tag. So now you at least know that. Or you can replace them with SVGs. Another really great point there too. You prefer content over breakpoints rather than popular specific breakpoints. Every site's different. Add as many as you need. Agree. Yeah, Liquid. That's pretty much the standard today, right? The standard is to not force it to be the iPad breakpoint, right? Is to just make it look good no matter what. And that might be multiple ones. We're not going to talk about React and Vue right now. And the New York Times website is one I always use as a great example. Multiple breakpoints is great. Yeah. And the New York Times, was it which one of those? I want to say it was the New York Times, I think, that was the standard that came up with the responsive web design name. And now it's just web design. It's just expected. We covered that on the second session. Attribute alternative image formats. This goes into, you can use this. I think this is interesting too. We talked about this earlier to this same session as well, when you want to have a fallback. So if they support WebP, give them that first. Otherwise, give them the other format. So yet another way to make sure your stuff is the most likely to be seen the way it needs to be. Most bloggers don't do that, and people who do basic stuff, they just put a JPEG or a GIF up, and then they don't call it good. We talked about file MIME types and the extensions that go with them. Browser support, we talked about that. It seems like a new browser is adding support for picture every day, but of course old browsers have a bad habit of sticking around for years. I don't know. We looked at the picture element. Let's look at it again. Let's go see how new this is. This is a really old statement. So where's my can I use? Picture is not in IE at all. No support. Interesting. Another reason not to use it. I mean, if you're working for the government or something, it still has IE, but if you're doing that, then you got a bigger problems. Everything else supports it. So, all right. Yep. Picture fill is an example of a polyfill, a script that makes older browsers behave like new ones. Ugh. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Just use it because it's supported. Nobody uses Edge unless you know you've got Edge users or a mandate from the government or something. Responsive. Don't put JavaScript on your page just to support some stupid extra picture element that you don't really need. It's a bad idea. I'm sorry. I disagree with that really strongly. No offense to anybody, but, language internals. It depends. No, I'm not an expert, but I know somewhat about them. I do grammars. New York Times breakpoints. Yes. It lets me use JavaScript on its own. I don't want to use JSX. Yeah, crazy. You and me both. my kind of people. That's why I'm a big Vue fan. I detest React with a vengeance. That's why he's having fun with me. Clementino's one of my favorite trolls. Hey, look, Can I Use says you can use picture. I wasn't sure that she was aware of Can I Use. That's the first time I've heard her mention it. It's been a long discussion about responsive images, so we really only scratched the surface. We've looked at how to use the image element with src set and sizes to make pixel ratio based and viewport size based selections. You can try them yourself and blah. We also saw how the picture element can be used for art direction based and image tape selection. I've kept my example short and sweet, but know that it is possible to combine techniques in different ways, often resulting in a tower of code for each image. To see some examples of how the responsive images techniques might be combined to target more than one condition, I recommend reading Andreas Bowen's article, Responsive Images Use Case is Undocumented Code Snippets. I also recommend the 10-part Responsive Images 101 from Jason Griffin from Cloud 4. He goes into a bit more detail than I am able to here. To this day, I don't understand why you have to understand responsive images that much. But if you feel like you need to, then go ahead and do that. So you can go ahead and add responsive images. I'll be damned if I'm going to add 30 lines of code to my HTML just for a responsive image today in 2021. It's just not practical. But you might be some cases where it is practical, so it's good to know about it. All right. Alrighty. Pictures. So there you go. I mean, here we go. So here's an unnecessary picture element with a single image tag in it. This is a case in point. This is why I don't think this is necessary. You don't need this. This isn't adding anything to the semantics of the page. The only thing this does is allow you to eventually add more to it. Oh, okay, she adds that in line 2, 3. Okay, I feel better. Yeah, all right, I feel much better. So source media, boom. So that makes sense, okay? You know what? I'm going to force myself to do this. But in order for me to do this, I have to make 5 versions of the Linus Torvalds face, which I will do. I just don't want to do that right now. Because, I mean, all I have to first of all, I have to open it with GIMP and resize it, and then make one that's 400, and then one that's 1200. I guess we could do that. I just don't want to do it right now because we're wrapping up. If this is the last thing in this section, then, phew, we're finished. Exploration of images. The one that I want to get my head around is this one right here, because this is the new. You know what? Let's come back and do this after we hit the CSS on image on view, like pixels size and units. I think that would be easier for me to get my heart into once we do that. So we can come back and do that and add a different version of it. Close above all static sites. Okay. Save the file, and there we go. I think it's interesting. Well, I don't know. I'm pausing because you see how all of this stuff is in the images directory. Remember that conversation we had about organizing your content? And then we had a little bit of a discussion about what pictures should go in your images root directory and which images should be saved along with your web pages. And the reason for both of those two different approaches that you might consider. Well, this conversation about creating 5 additional images for the single image that you originally had plays into that even more now, because this Linus, where do I put it? Right? So if I put the Linus image, so if I am going to have a Linus small and then I'm going to have Linus medium and Linus large, do I want to keep those inside of the Linux folder? so that when I rearrange and move everything, they stay together? Or do I want to put them all in my IMG under assets, and I want to put all of my images under here? And the way that I prefer to organize my data, because see, the site, I get the distinct impression that the sites that Jen primarily has been working with are sites that have a finite scope and a relatively consistent path into everything. The sites that I tend to work with have thousands of individual knowledge concepts and nodes and definitions, and they don't lend themselves well to this particular type of layout and architecture. And therefore, if I were to, in my case, I would put, as I've described, I would have them all have their own knowledge node. And the one for Linus would have, if I chose to optimize and have that many different versions of the image, I would do that there. And I would put all of those, in that directory. Now, I am absolutely not a fan of multiple images for a single knowledge node because of my approach to sharing knowledge. I want somebody else to be able to clone my entire knowledge base, which includes my website and all that markdown stuff that goes with it, without the extra overhead of having 10 different versions of an image. So that has tainted my perception of the need for so many versions of the same image. I would say pick a standard image size that can go up or down, 800 by 600, say, and just be done with it. And if you need to resize it, do it through CSS. We live in 2021, it's not that big of a deal. It's not going to be accessed that much. And I would rather only have the one image to deal with and be able to share my entire knowledge base, which includes Markdown and some markup in it with others, rather than decouple all of those pictures and stick them in the assets directory somewhere and make 10 of them for each thing. So I think that's just, I think the differences that I have with Jen in the book here is not so much, it's more about, well, what are you making? And that hasn't really been defined. We're making a bistro site that is a site that's going to get a lot of traffic from a lot of people, and that only has a few resources in it. And it's never going to be duplicated and given to somebody else other than through the web browser. So based on that, I think that's a good approach. But the reason I'm hesitating is because I'm coming from this place of like, I want to manage a lot of data, primarily written data. And we've had other people in the stream too talk about thousands of images. And so if there's one thing I can say here before I take off, it's it really depends, right? So not only are you making a document, are you making something for the document web or the app web, but what kind of document are you making? Are you making a front-end profile that's going to be accessed millions of times? Or are you making a knowledge base that's going to have thousands of knowledge nodes in it that can't afford to have 10 different pictures in it, if it has any pictures at all? Or are you making, the kind of something in between, like maybe you have an app in there or something. So I guess it just emphasizes that, even teaching HTML and CSS to someone sort of has to make an assumption about what you're going to use it for. And my assumption has always been, I'm going to turn in this research paper to school, and it's a website instead of a thing. And the other main use I teach people is how to make their own profile page, which is in line with the bistro thing. You'd want to have, multiple versions of an image in that case, if you're going to have an image. And three, how to do a code book, which is just, beyond a personal portfolio. It's a bunch of code examples that you've written up that you just want to be able to get to really fast, kind of a knowledge base sort of thing. And so those are different approaches to it. And that helps me feel better about going through this way and skipping so much of it, because for a portfolio, I do think you should put this here. And when I redo my portfolio, I will probably do that. But you know what? I might not do it. Because why? Because now with GitHub, I don't need it. Unless I'm doing some sort of art position, I can just go here and everybody can read everything they need to know about me, and they can click on my full curriculum vitae and YAML, and they can go through it. And I don't have to have my all of it converted into a nice, pretty sexy blog or, site. I can, my professional referrals are all here. And so it's just at a higher level. It's like, what are you trying to accomplish? If you're just trying to communicate, then you may not need a full-blown website with 5 different versions of the picture so everybody can see it. If you're just communicating with the 10 to 20 people, perhaps this month that I'm going to be sending a resume link to or something, then it's a different use case. So it's basically knowing what you're making, right? Knowing your audience. And so let's go. Keep going. Chrome and Firefox have differences. We're finished. So that's been just an exploration of images, by the way. That's just an exploration, and I agree. That's not really even getting into it, but we did get kind of a sense of how images are not a simple thing, and when you get really down into them. Alternatives to responsive images, image processing there are many tools. What does this say down here? Cloudinary. Image resizes features built in. Some have that. Yeah, it's probably good. When you look at this, you see that that's why content management systems like WordPress and other things become popular, because they take care of all that hassle for you. You just point an image in there and it puts it in. I still think that you can get away with a static site generator and just pick a standard image size, call it a day. And if you have any need for any other higher resolution image than that, make it a file that can be linked on so that people can go get it, which you should do anyway. So that concludes our chapter on images. I'm going to go back and read the comments here. If and when I actually do a profile site for myself, I will be adding picture links appropriately in there as that shows, just to show that I can do it and have an example of it. I don't regularly use those though, because I'm mostly a back-end programmer. And the element review images. Wait. Okay, element review. The image tag, there we go. Height and width indicates the client side image map to use. Oh, right. If you want to use an image map. We didn't talk about image maps at all. I wonder why not. Yeah, anyway. Image maps are when you can click on different sections of it to go to a different URL. Basically turns your image into multiple links. Source SVG. We did a lot of SVG. That was fun. SVGs are fun. That was the funnest part of tonight for me, was going through the SVGs. SVGs are a blast. And the rest of the images have the it's funny too, because SVGs don't have any of those issues. Maybe that's why SVGs are so popular. Because yeah, if SVG, you don't have to deal with all the picture different resolutions and stuff, right? That is a new thought for me to have, because maybe that's why. SVGs are so popular. Vector art is so popular in web design these days that you see it everywhere. And that's probably why, because it's a lot easier to deal with. You just put it there and it resizes appropriately no matter what. And then you don't have to deal with all of the different fallback images and everything like that. And now that we have SVG support everywhere, boy, I think that just really made my point there. And so again, that sounds like the people who have to go through the hassle with all of those images are the artists who are dealing with raster images, photographers, people who are making applications that are pulling down, lazy loaded images and things like that. And basically everybody who's dealing with raster images, but a lot of websites these days, the only raster image in a profile site is maybe your personal picture, and that's it. The rest of them can all be, graphics of some kind. Maybe you have one other background, one of you like looking over the sunset or the cliff or something, but you don't need a bunch. And that's probably why SVG is so popular today. All right, I'm going to go back to the comments one last time, and then I'm going to call it for tonight. Tomorrow, this morning, whatever it is for you. Hey, yeah, image magic. Good old image magic. Isn't that great? For conversions, yes. Yeah, image magic from the command line is great when you're doing conversion for images, but that's an advanced topic. Yet another reason to use the command line. So, small feedback. Wouldn't that caption be better wrapped inside a figure? Yes. With fig caption, you would have picture inside a figure. Yeah. See, this is what I would do. I would have used figure for all that. I wouldn't have used picture for that at all. I don't, and Pandoc does figure by default. So I'm a big figure fan. I don't like picture. There, I said it. Command line saves as WebP as well. Yes, it does. Fewer folders, fewer nests is all, fewer nesting if at all possible. Right, I agree. Yeah. Yep. Design images in your assets folder and content images in the directories. That's what I do. Liquidor. That's what I agree with that. Yeah, I agree that like for a documentation side in particular, I don't want my images to be buried under assets with everything else. Some people have made the argument though that doing that makes the build chain work better, and I think that there's alternatives to do that, because I still think you can optimize an image even though it's in it's where its final resting place is going to be, and it's not really far away from the actual content. Content images also being alt versions of the images with suffixes, etc. Right. Assets, Linux on a small .jpeg. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. We'll talk about that some more later. How's it going, Kamikaze? WordPress is so bad. Yes. Well, that's why it's popular though, is it takes all this hassle out for people. Doing a little more than a CB on one of my sites. Just about 50,000 views this year. Right. Yeah. So yeah, okay. So I've had on before I derailed my main knowledge base, I was getting about 50,000 or more views a year on that. But it's documentation, right? It was like reading stuff. It was instructional material, and it had screenshots of how to do things, and that was it. And I just made a rule for myself that my screenshots, every one of them would be 800 by 600. A day. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah. If you've got that many views going down, then yeah, you probably want to optimize it, particularly if it's real estate. I mean, if it's something that has a lot of images with it, I could see you really wanting to optimize it. Yeah, I could see that. But this is where my kind of aversion to graphics interfaces of any kind kind of really shows. But you have to know about it. And at least I'm not, one of these academic sites who it's not even any good. And I know how to do a good site and take time to do it. It's just so often I find it annoying. But I'm not saying you shouldn't do it. It's particularly if you've got that many hits, right? So you definitely want to do that. Bio is invalid. That's because my Twitch bio, as of 4 hours ago, is gone. I deleted my LinkedIn today. Hurrah! So I'm about to change that right now. I'm going to go offline and I'm going to go change that. If anybody wants to know, I'll probably do a video about that. I'm getting ready to do a video on how to use GitHub as your LinkedIn by putting your work history and everything in there if you want to do that instead. I actually kind of would love to propose a standard that we could start to all follow, and then we can like search each other's stuff really quickly. Why not? It's not even that hard. You could just, as long as we all agree on the general fields to use, we can make a registry for that. Yeah. Yeah. Bad timing. Yeah. LinkedIn unavailable. Yep. Thank God. So you like GitHub profile read me? Yeah, I love it. I do. I love it. Yeah, we're doing personal things here now. Actually, all right. So I'm going to put a cut there. Actually, I can even do this. I can do Twitch mark and that'll give me a quick little ender mark. I'm going to go do that right now while you guys are talking to me because I've got to, so you guys can talk at me if you want to until I get there. I got it all here. I got everything down to my pizza delivery job. 85 is like all in my thing here. Makes me feel good because it's all in one place that I know will outlive me. LinkedIn, they could have chucked it. I would never know. Do you have any idea how long it took me to get this stuff out? I had to go in there and pen and peck every single thing. It was just crazy. They have a PDF thing you can download, and they say you can get all your data and save it all. But I was like, oh, I don't care. I don't care. So, see you guys. If you haven't done this, TV. It's going to be loud and talky. I hate that they do that. Go change the channel. See you. And I'm just going to change this really quick. 67. What the heck? What are you guys doing? Picture on PayPal. Donate. Where's my LinkedIn? I have to test that Bitcoin, actually. Oh boy. This has to change. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. You guys ever done this? You guys been cleaning up your sites too? Why can't I sub? Because there's nothing to sub to. I've been trying to decide, how's it going, Midnight Champion? How have you guys, what do you guys think of the new tiers on YouTube? I mean, just so you can get fancy emojis on YouTube? Let's see. Pandog Markdown. Let's see. Who is this guy? Who is this dude? All right. So GitHub has my full professional thingy. GitHub, let's see. GitHub has my full professional history. Many things, blah, blah, blah. Submit. It didn't take very long, right? Yeah, YouTube has tiers now. Yep. It has tiers and subscribers and emojis and merch built in. Yeah, you can tell they're competing with Twitch big time, man. Yeah. They just barely put it out. It's, well, I just noticed it. They just notified me that I can turn it on. And I was like, how is it different than Patreon? Patreon takes 2%. They take 30% on YouTube. So I was like, why would I encourage to do that, for people to do that? So I don't know. I'm not inclined to want to do that. Twitch is dying. Yeah, I worried for Twitch because they have the dynamic thing going on. It's very nice to have the dynamic thing going on, right? I mean, we still find people through Twitch that I just really appreciate. So seems like a Ponzi scheme now. The only reason I added Bitcoin because we had some people that wanted to do anonymous donation, and I just wanted to accommodate them. That's really the only reason. And it is still good for that. But you have to get it out and say that it's hard. You put it into Bitcoin in the wallet and then you take it out, and whatever fiat currency. So make sure this link works. And then I think I can go to sleep or whatever. You guys are the best though for hanging with me during all of this, even though you know so much of it already by heart. Let's see, 30K now if I have some. I don't know what that means. Oh, you're talking about one Bitcoin is 34K? What are we talking about? Money? We're talking about one Bitcoin is 34K, right? Just one? Yeah. And that what you guys are talking about? Probably time for me to go to bed. Oh, yeah, one Bitcoin. Yeah. It's going up, actually. Yeah. I thought it was going up. I've never gotten into it. I think it's a flawed technology, but but it is good for anonymous transfers. That's one thing it's really good for. That's what it was created, by the way. It wasn't created as an investment scheme. It was created as a way to anonymously exchange value. It just so happens people use it to save up stuff. My students some CS stuff, and we set up Bitcoin mining on the school computers back when Bitcoin was 8 cents. Holy moly. And that's why you're so rich. You like this crowd? Armin, it's so great to have you. And if you're making stuff, please share it with us. And on that note, I think I'm going to put the thing back up and get ready to sign off for today. Again, we still have another day or today, so I'll be back at midnight tonight again. I'm hell bent on getting through. You gave it to the students in Thailand. Wow, look at you. I'm hell bent on getting through learning web design so that I can say that I've covered that entire book in its current form. And so anybody else who wants to work through it can know the plights and at least have another opinion of it while they're working through it. Sometimes it's nice to have somebody to work through a comprehensive resource with you. And I'm open to other books for beginning web developers, but I think before there are a few books that have to be written, and that's one of them. So we might have to work on crowdsourcing one of those. But this has been really good because Jen's book is still, even though it's as outdated as it is, it's still like the #1 college resource out there. I still keep running into people using it as their standard for their entire department. So it's good that we have that. I don't raid. I don't have raids turned on. I could probably raid somebody if you wanted to. I haven't raided in a long time. The reason I don't raid is because it takes energy, and I literally have raids disabled. But if you guys have somebody ready to raid, I don't mind if you guys want to do that. You guys want to do that? I'm not against raiding. It just takes too much energy. Not even kidding. I develop things, containers, but nobody knows just Satoshi right. In this day and age, it is really, isn't it? I develop things. I mean, why not? Since I have Twitch up. Whoops, wrong thing. Oh no, you can see all my swear words on Twitter. I've gotten better. I don't swear as much as I used to. I was going through my work history, and I was like, yeah, I was a Boy Scout leader. I'm like, and here I am swearing up a storm now. Who are we rating? I don't even know who we're rating. So, I develop things. I don't know that person. I develop things. It said, oh, right. Oh, wow. Okay. Good night. Thanks for stopping in, Jim. Again, you're the best. Oh, view. Ooh, view 3. Yeah. API for a boundless game. That looks pretty cool. Interesting. Oh, he's doing some Node stuff. Yep. Yep. Free sub ready. Well, the problem is he'll try to raid me back, and I won't be able to raid him. Watch what's confuse him. One of these days, this is the problem when I raid people. They try to come raid me back, and they're like, watch, should we do it? I'm gonna raid and I'm gonna go away. So you guys, if you wanna talk to me, you're gonna have to tell him why. You also have to explain that I have raids turned off, so he doesn't feel bad when he tries to raid me back. Oh, I love DigitalOcean. DigitalOcean is awesome. All right, so how do we raid? I don't use Twitch. How do I raid? It's been so long since I've done this. I can do it down here, right? Raid. Actually, I can do it from the command line. I just haven't done it. I used to raid from the command line every day. Raid. I develop. Wait, how come it's not working? Oh, wait, there it was. I develop things. Yeah. All right. Let's try it. What? How come I can't raid? Oh, duh. I. This is true. Actually, I have it in here. Yeah. I totally forgot. There, it's gonna work. And it's ready in 4 seconds. So tell them hi for me. Yeah. All right, bye. Bye. Goodbye.